Morning.
Good morning.
We're going to start now. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 160170, 160171, 160172, and resolutions number 160180. Mr. Stitt, please read the titles of the bills and resolution.
Bill number 160170, an ordinance to adopt the capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2017 through 2022 inclusive. Bill number 160171, an ordinance to adopt the fiscal 2017 capital budget. Bill number 160172, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2017. Resolution number 160180, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia for a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2017 through 2021 and incorporating proposed changes with respect to fiscal year 2016, which is to be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority, the authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this Council approved by the Mayor on January 3, 1992, Bill number 1563-A, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Stitt. Today we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk, that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2017, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal 2017 through fiscal 2022. Today we will hear testimony from the following departments, the City Controller's Office and the Sheriff's Office. We are ready to start. Mr.
Good morning.
Stitt, wait a minute. First person to testify. I understand you being anxious. I know how people love coming in here to testify. Mr. Stitt, the first person to testify is
City Controller Alan Buckovitz.
Thank you very much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning
President.
to your team. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
I'm City Controller Alan Butkovitz. I'm joined by Deputy City Controllers Bill Rubin, Jerry Michula, and John Thomas, as well as our Administrative Services Director, Andrea Rose, and Audit Director and transitioning to Post-Audit Deputy Christy Brady. The Mayor's proposed fiscal year 2017 operating budget for the City Controller's Office includes a general fund appropriation of $8,431,962. I would like to once again this year publicly thank all of our employees who continue to provide quality needed service to the citizens of Philadelphia. They are to be commended and congratulated. My post-audit division performed and produced its annual auditor's report, which encompassed an audit of all 42 city departments. In addition, post-audit completed the following: 3 performance audits, including the follow-up of licenses and inspections, Fire Department response times, and Philacor, the inmate trades program. 4 opinions on the financial statements of the city and the school district of Philadelphia. 2 reports on internal controls related to the 4 opinion audits. 12 grant-related audit reports, and an opinion on the city's 5-year forecasted statements for fiscal year 2016 to 2020. From the audits and reports I just listed, we made a total of 245 recommendations to safeguard city and school district assets, enhance financial management, strengthen internal accounting controls, and improve economies and efficiencies. In all, my post-audit division identified financial reporting errors, compliance deficiencies, cost reductions, and increased revenues totaling more than $2.2 billion. Our pre-audit division provides oversight of the city's payment and purchasing processes. Pre-audit monitors, reviews, and approves or disapproves all requisitions for payment of city funds and responds to daily requests for information regarding vendor payments. This division processed more than 300,000 payment vouchers representing more than $4.8 billion in expenditures. The pre-audit division also conducted several important investigations and audits, including a follow-up review of the conditions of Philadelphia's public school buildings that uncovered several hazardous conditions at selected schools, including exposed asbestos, electrical and fire dangers, and water damage. Most recently, our pre-audit division, in conjunction with the office's Finance and Policy Unit, conducted a review on the status of the city's diversity and inclusion program and the efficacy of changes implemented over the past 7 years. As a result of this review, the Controller's Office made several recommendations regarding contract monitoring and enforcement, reporting participation results, developing a local mentor-protege program, establishing a pre-apprenticeship program, and the certification process. Based on reviews and recommendations from pre-audit, 3 of the 4 city departments that administer capital projects have invited our technical staff to conduct workshops for their project inspectors and managers to encourage cost savings and to increase accuracy and efficiency in billings and inspections. The Fraud and Special Investigations Division completed 81 cases over the last year, including contract fraud, misuse of city equipment, timekeeping fraud, employee misconduct, and residency violations. The unit was heavily involved in our ongoing assessments of L&I's operations and their imminently dangerous building program, and the most recent assessment of the Revenue Department's mail center operations. The Finance and Policy Division continued its efforts to evaluate the economic climate of our city, as well as work with the public and private sector to identify opportunities that can build job growth. This included the following: continuing the work with the Anchor Procurement Initiative, which laid out a roadmap for boosting job growth, particularly in manufacturing. Our report influenced the national discussion on anchor procurement by pointing out the critical role of supply chain integrators like Aramark and Office Depot. Since January, we have been actively partnering with the Commerce Department on implementing this initiative. Conducted an economic impact statement for the Market East Tax Increment Financing, TIF project. The report concurred with PIDC's contention that the TIF for the proposed renovation of the gallery makes economic sense, and it also raised questions about the applicability of the city's Minimum Wage Standards Act to tenants. Performed a study of Southport's economic potential, which concluded that developing the land for the use of auto containers and/or liquid natural gas would produce new jobs. Analyzed the economic impact of the business community's reaction to the papal visit, which led to a number of recommendations for the city to consider when hosting large events. All of these reports were models of data-driven policy analysis that we believe can help our city make better decisions on how to allocate scarce resources and adopt policies that show real results for our local economy. In addition, we continued our efforts to promote financial literacy for Philadelphians of all ages. We distributed financial resource booklets to every school and have been providing Money Smart cards to the 12,000 12th graders. With the help of City Council and the School District of Philadelphia, we greatly expanded our reach this year to provide free resources to as many educators, parents, and youth as possible. We look forward to working with City Council as it moves forward with examining the possibility of providing financial education courses in the classroom. Our work with youth over the last year was expanded to our newly created Youth Mentor Program. Students work with our staff to conduct an audit of an issue or topic that the students find important to their daily lives while having the opportunity to work in a professional environment and to learn about career paths. The students have produced exciting findings. One report found a lack of transparency over the lunch program, and another report examined crime at recreation centers with surveillance cameras. I will continue working on issues and solutions to make Philadelphia a better place for those who live and work here. And most importantly, I will continue to find more revenues that are owed the city and identify performance and management efficiencies throughout city government so we can have the added resources needed to fund the programs that provide necessary city services. I appreciate this opportunity to present testimony, and I thank Council President Clark and the members of City Council for your cooperation and support. I look forward to working with you in the coming year. My staff and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Controller. I have a question. Page 1 of your testimony, you state that your post-audit division identified financial reporting errors, compliance deficiencies, cost reductions, and increased revenues totaling more than $2.2 billion. First part 1A is, does that include the school district? And second, can you detail where your team found the most cost reduction and increased revenue opportunities within the city departments?
I guess Jerry Michulo.
Okay. My name is Jerry Michula. I'm the post-audit deputy city controller. The answer to your first question was yes, it does include the school district. A lot of those included in that $2.2 billion amount are a lot of mistakes that we find in the preparation of both the school district financial statements and the City of Philadelphia financial statements. In terms of the second question, I think we need to probably do a better job of trying to collect some of the revenues that are out there that have been uncollected. I think we've improved some areas of some in collection. From what I know, collection of EMS receivables, for example. So I think there's still more work that can be done in the area of collecting some receivables that are out there.
Okay. So 2.2 billion is a significant number. I
Yes,
think
it
we
is.
all agree. So I guess what I'm trying to determine is how much of that 2.2 billion is related to revenues or cost savings.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember the exact amount that would be related to revenue. I believe, though, that a lot of it has to do more with the expenditure side, errors that we find in reporting expenditure amounts.
So it's
Okay.
not-
But I certainly could go back, and I certainly can isolate how much of that $2.2 billion pertain to the revenue side.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we are fortunate enough to find revenues beyond the projected amount, we like to know about it.
Right.
It's rare, but you know, when in fact we do see something like that happening, we would hope that maybe it's not an anomaly, maybe it's something that can continue to reoccur as it relates to our ability to identify additional revenues. As the controller said, that's a significant part of what he would like to do with this office. All right.
You want to show it to Jerry?
That's the number you're looking for. Yeah, but I can't, yeah, here it is, but I can't isolate which of these deal with revenue.
Good morning, Controller,
Good morning.
and thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your team and your post-audit due diligence as you do. And I got to tell you, over the years, I've watched you closely in your career, and you know we have a jovial kind of relationship, both personally and professionally. And we always say that you speak truth to power. And I think some of your audits certainly indicate that you're doing the right thing for the citizens of the city of Philadelphia. I just want to add a question, and I know this is the post-audit regarding the school district. I mean, $2.2 billion is a tremendous amount of money to be...
Well, it's not $2.2 billion in cash. The vast
Right.
majority of that are corrections to accounting classifications. So there are...
I just want to be clear, right? Because, just reading the testimony, and I just want to make sure that you're not saying that there's $2.2 billion in...
in cash.
No.
Inappropriate or...
No.
Errored in wrong expenditures or, lost, can't
No.
find.
Most of it has to do with accounting errors. The school district, the errors at the school district, if my memory serves me correctly, were about 6.2 billion or $2 million. I'm sorry. Okay.
Can you give them an example?
They might accrue an expenditure incorrectly this year. For example, there might be a problem. We examine payables every year, so there it's pretty much just a timing difference. They picked up the expenditure in the wrong year. All right, but that requires an adjustment to the financial statements. Otherwise, they will be incorrect. So it's just not a matter of.
Has the school district responded to your post-audit?
Yes. Oh, no, they haven't done so yet. Okay, we're in the process of finalizing the what we call the letter of internal control, which will probably be sent to them later this week. Okay. Generally, though, in terms of those dollar amounts that we find in the statements, they will make the adjustments to the financial statements. Otherwise, we would have to issue an opinion that would not be it would not be what we call a clean opinion. Okay, we'd have to take exception. So they will, especially if there are dollars that are material to the financial statements, they will have to make those adjustments, or we would have to issue perhaps a qualified opinion.
Okay, and are you asking them to respond within a certain time to make
When they
the
get
account
when they get
correct?
when they get our letter of internal control, yes, they will be given a certain period of time. Generally, we have what we refer to as an exit conference. The exit conference is generally about a week after we send them a copy of the report. The report deals with different weaknesses we find in their procedures that we think management has to make some changes. All right. So after we have our exit conference, we generally give them another week to formally respond to the report, and we put their response in our report.
Okay, great. And would you expect their due diligence response to be in a timely manner, like while the budget process is taking place here in City Council?
I believe so. I think it will be. Okay. I don't see why not.
Okay, so I mean, I think council will be in communication with the controller's office. Maybe we can get a call back on the responses. All right, so I appreciate it, Tom. I have, and then before I turn it over, Mr. Controller, you had a report and press conference and made some suggestions about the pensions and the buyouts with some 31,000 beneficiaries of the city pensions fund. Has there been a finalized actuary report on the projected costs and the savings of these buyouts?
No.
All right. Can we accurately project how many people would take the buyouts? I mean, assume that people would be interested?
I think there's going to be a number of steps, which the first step is going to be an analysis by the actuary of the costs and of possible savings. And there are at least two parts to this. Number one, the question of if everybody in the city pension system accepted a 50% or 70% buyout, what would that mean to our unfunded liability, right? And the early indications are that there would have to be at least 80% of the pensioners would have to agree to it for it to make any financial sense to the city. And if they did, the city could virtually rid itself of the unfunded liability for about $6 billion. So, which is, I guess, they could pay off the entire pension for $6 billion as opposed to about $11 billion right now. I mean, I have no optimism that you'd get that kind of response from city workers. The second proposal, which has more legs, has more possibility, is a little more complicated, and that involves getting the people who are still active under the 1967 plans to agree to accept the benefits that are provided to all city workers under the 87 plans. And that would yield something in the... We don't have the actuarial numbers, so these are very ballpark policy analysis figures, but it would reduce the average annual pension from about $39,000 to $34,000 and would yield maybe a $50,000 lump sum to the city workers who opted in for making that choice. So that could save somewhere in the vicinity of $200 million, which it is not anywhere near as dramatic an impact as if everybody bought into it, but it's substantial money, and it points in a direction of trying to accomplish these changes through agreement rather than through ultimatum to the unionized workers, which was unfortunately kind of a standard reaction in the prior administration.
So in roughly in the 67 plan, we get between 4,000 active members?
About 2,500, 2,700.
Okay. Well, thank you. I have several follow-up pension questions, but the chair would like to recognize Councilman Dunn.
Thank you, Councilman Heenan, and good morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple quick questions. Your total is $2.2 billion of initiatives that you've outlined, basically, that could help the city, roughly?
Well, those are mostly financial reporting errors. Those are not cash
Okay.
losses.
So of the cash, of the potential, you've had a lot of ideas that produce a lot of savings. I guess over the last 3, 4, 5 years, what do you think the total is of those ideas that you had developed from the Comptroller's office?
Well, we've reported something like $600 or $800 million, and we've done a quick analysis of about $400 million in mostly collection areas. Unpaid water and sewer bills, $132 million. Court fines, uncollected court fines and fees, $70 million. Trash, false alarm fines, uncollected, $70 million. Enhanced demolition building, $20 million. The city sometimes demolishes buildings and doesn't bother to bill the owner. Excess sheriff fees, $7.4 million. Police services that we provide for private auto showrooms and sporting events, $5 million. Tax amnesty program, which was successful, $72 million. And increased EMS billing charges, $27.5 million. And employee withholding, $3 million. Of that figure, about $115 million was successfully implemented. I would say most of it in the tax amnesty program. So that's about 28% of those items.
How much of that is one time, and how much of that is recurring on an annual basis?
The items that I just listed are all cumulative. They're not the rescue squad costs would provide a recurring stream of revenue every year. We had a lot of conflict with the Nutter administration over it for many years. We indicated there was something like $25 million to be recovered by doing things like correctly getting people's social security numbers and by changing the vendor. And they kind of begrudgingly listed $1 million as a potential revenue, and then towards the end of the administration, they accepted our number. But that was the largest operational savings we were able to identify.
And why do you think, in your opinion, these savings haven't been attacked? Why haven't we not gone after all these different items?
Well, there's kind of the Philadelphia approach of we've always done it this way, so we always want to do it that way. And there was an unfortunate dynamic that developed during the Nutter administration, which was any kind of, I'm sure people in council are familiar with it, any kind of initiative that came from outside the administration was simply rejected out of hand because it became very public relations dominated rather than operationally dominated.
So, but now we have a new mayor, we have a new administration, we have a new attitude. Is there a way to resurrect these ideas with the new administration?
Yeah, and I think the mayor has been very, very open to new ideas and very willing to share ideas and to use the pencil, the eraser and the pencil and go over it. I think he's very refreshingly open to that. And for example, in the fire department, I mean, he very quickly embraced the findings that we made in the fire department. You know, there's an ironic situation. There was all that conflict over the last 8 years about brownouts. And the stated rationale for it was that it was going to save money, that they were going to save $4 million a year. And then within 6 months of the initiation of it, we pointed out that they were about minus $3 million, that they were losing money on overtime and other costs. And it turns out over the life of that program, they lost $20 million. So how do you manage to do something where you combine, you both jeopardize public safety, you make it harder for fire engines to get to their target on time, and you manage to lose money on it? And that was apparent in the way the numbers were coming in within months after the initiative was announced. And the answer is, if you're committed to a public relations strategy where you throw your hat over the fence and then you stubbornly defend everything that you do, and you're not open to operational reality, that's where you end up.
Let me ask you a question, because I'm coming from a different viewpoint from the private world. In the private world, the head of a company would call you in with whoever it applies to, whether it's revenue or finance, and sit down with you and say, listen, we have a potential to save or collect $100 million. Do you guys agree? How do we get this done? How do we move forward? Why can't that happen here?
Well, sometimes it's because the city is not willing or able to invest what's necessary in order to so it happened with the creation of the 311 program, which was said that it was going to be like New York's program. But then the investment was a fraction of what was necessary for it. Recently, we've talked about the computerization, an L&I, where the computer programming that was promised had a price tag of $7.5 million eclipse, and the city only put in $4.5 million. And then the policy pronouncements expect the same results as if the information, we have primitive information technology here. One of my most unfavorite examples is the house in Philadelphia that regularly gets a bill for something, I forget whether it's $40,000 a month or $200,000 a month, and there is no way for water revenue to correct it. So they just know that that's a problem, and they take a pen and they cross it out every month. It's incomprehensible to me that we don't have the capacity in our data system to, after we know about that, to change that. And there are reams of problems like that in the sheriff's office. If you had to rely on the database to tell you who owes what and what's the status of things, you can't do it. You really need institutional memory. You need people who are familiar with what kinds of errors are in that system. And that, nobody in business functions like that in 2016.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Controller.
Good morning.
Let me start, and I want to go back to the subject that you touched on a little earlier. And just bear with me. I don't usually sound like a husky Viking every day, but this thing is taking the best of my voice. The issue associated with buyout. So one, I wanted to commend you for even attempting to offer a solution. $5.7 billion of unfunded liability, $5 billion of that attributed to Plan 67, laws, courts, precedent saying that we can't do anything to address those currently receiving benefits. So municipalities across the country find themselves like strapped trying to find an answer. So I wanted you to go back and delve into your response when you mention a potential option versus everyone thinking when you first talked about this idea that all of those currently receiving benefits under Plan 67 would receive a buyout. And we're just talking about what it would look like. You just described that potentially those who are still active contributors in Plan 67 and how that could roll out. Does that option that you just referenced have anything to do with the IRS and the U.S. Treasury's ruling regarding Notice 2015-49, where they actually prohibited the private sector from being able to offer lump sum sort of buyouts as a de-risking strategy for the fund? Because at first people would look and say, okay, yeah, this is a potential option. Treasury and IRS get together and say, private sector, no, you can't do this. The second option, is that more in line with that, or did that ruling have anything to do with your coming up with that rationale?
No, the IRS rulings don't apply to municipal plans. They apply to ERISA plans, which are private plans. So we exist under state law, and we don't have that restriction.
So I am not suggesting that our plan falls under their rules and guidelines. I'm suggesting that the methodology and the rationale behind their ruling, I'm asking, did that have anything to do with the concept that you just described? I'm not suggesting that we're governed the same.
No, there was an active discussion in the pension board, and actually one of the other trustees I think had an improvement on my initial question. My initial question had to do with how we could affect the unfunded liability if the buyout option was offered to everybody in the plan. And that's the one that would involve a lot of money. But on the other hand, there's a lot of concern that people would sell their birthright for half or three-quarters of what it's worth, and that when they got old, they wouldn't have any money to live on. So the discussion, on the other hand, there has been a series of reforms by this council over the years. So going back actually to Mayor Good's tenure, which is when the 87 plan was instituted, and then there is a consensus view that the benefits that the city pays to current employees are humane and enough to live on. So if you can live on 87 benefits, it's kind of a bonus to have benefits that are more generous than that. And if the workers in that plan feel that they have a need to acquire $50,000 right now to do something that they need, it's one thing to have money on a monthly basis to pay your rent and your food, but that doesn't necessarily mean people are able to amass $50,000 or $70,000 when they need it, when there's some major life event. So that second plan could accommodate both requirements. It wouldn't be shoved down anybody's throat. It would involve city workers having to agree by a large majority that they want to see the program, and it would involve choices by city workers to accept that option. Because constitutionally, as you know, and there's been an awful lot of battling about taking away defined benefit pensions and doing things to workers, and you know, these are property rights that those workers earned and are constitutionally protected. So that's the way that it would have to be approached.
Well, let me just say this to you, Mr. Controller. One, again, I thank you for attempting to make a recommendation that could be a potential solution to something that I think we all agree is a major crisis facing the city of Philadelphia. I know that Councilman Derek Green has introduced a resolution calling for hearings on this issue. I want you to know that the state of retirement security in the city of Philadelphia, and you and I have had conversation about this, is something of grave importance to me, and I look forward to working with you in a collaborative manner in the future so that we can come up with some potential solutions that can help the people in our city.
You have quite an impressive record of working in the Vineyard on this during your years in the state legislature, and Councilman Derek Green, Councilman Heenan, Councilman Dominic, just about every member of the council has recognized both the need to make the pension costs affordable while paying attention to what's going to be a burgeoning unmet need as people live longer and longer without sufficient money to remain active in the economy, to have the kind of life they've become adjusted to. And I really am impressed to see the level of intellectual activity and interest on such a large number of council members, including yourself, on what I think is going to be one of the leading problems over the next decade.
Thank you, Mr. Controller. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Councilman Heenan. Mr. Controller, good morning.
Good morning.
Wanted to follow up on some questions that the Council President and Councilman Heenan asked in reference to the school district. In reference to the information you provided in your testimony, that detail, that $2.2 billion, that was not based on a performance audit. That was based on a review or opinion on their financial information?
That's the financial audit, yes.
Right. So, and I noticed that, as part of your duties as a controller, you do performance audits, and I know you've stated publicly in other realms the interest in doing a performance audit on the school district. Can you give some perspective on the current state of that opportunity to review their information in more detail?
I think Superintendent Height would be interested in us doing more intensive audits. That's the sense I've gotten, but I don't think the SRC wants us to do that. And in fact, there was a vote at the SRC to try to strip us of the power to do some of the auditing that we already do. So they've had a history of being very kind of defensive and protective almost like they should audit and review themselves and not have to answer to anybody. So that's kind of consistent with that approach. I mean, one issue that has been a particular annoyance to me has been the non-transparency of the capital program, because when I came on the scene, the big issue was Vallis's recommendation that he was going to borrow $3 billion and build 75 schools in Philadelphia, and everything was going to be wonderful. Everybody was going to be in their own Microsoft school, and the schools were going to be round so that you'd be able to see all the way around the school. Nobody would be able to ambush anybody, and it was just a dream. And we've had a hard time tracking down exactly what that spending was for, but a lot of it was for operational costs. It was not for what was sold. Basically, the school district is in a negative financial statement position by about $3 billion, just about by the same number as was touted as that borrowing. And as you know, just about every school building in Philadelphia is below code. They have major asbestos problems, they've got water problems, they've got sick building syndrome. They even had a problem earlier this year where the bathrooms they had floating human waste that couldn't be flushed and couldn't be fixed because they would only get janitorial service 1 day a week. So now there's a question about water and lead contamination. So, I mean, every year we find, I'd say the operating side has been getting better since Height has been in. The school district has been paying more attention to spending money efficiently and to trying to accomplish their mission. There was a comment a few weeks ago that the school district's been billed $7 million for abusing grant money. Now, that was a major fight when we had back around 6 and 7. And again, Vallis's view was money is fungible. Money's money, and I don't care whether they put it in this grant or that grant. I'm going to use it for what I want. Well, you know, that's illegal. I mean, there are plenty of federal investigations pending on using money for outside the guidelines of what the money has been entrusted to you for. So now, the school district has actually been fortunate, because at one time I think there was a recommendation that they were going to have to pay $50 million in fines for misusing money that was being provided for school lunches.
Yeah.
So I would commend Height and what's his name? Matt Stansky and now Ori Monson for taking a firmer financial control of the financial reins. Still concerned about what happened with the capital spending and how is that going to hamper us with providing the kind of relief and corrections that should be made to school buildings. And based on long experience, am suspicious of the bunker mentality in the school district. Again, in one year, the school district changed their accounting so that items that used to be included in one definition in one column were now included in another column. Now, it's like changing the calendar every year. What is the point of doing that other than make it impossible to be reviewed? And Coucil has really stepped up every year for the last 4 years to come up with the money that's necessary. They have a right to know how the money's being used.
I know my time's up. I have some additional questions, but I just want to follow up on that point. As you know, your office testified at the hearings that were held regarding a resolution ahead regarding concerns and issues regarding school infrastructure. You made reference to lead paint, and I definitely remember when Commissioner Vallis was here, some of the challenges that were identified in reference to the spending of capital dollars and how it's being spent. What would be the cost to do a performance audit of the school district?
There's so many aspects of the school district. It depends what particular item we would be doing a deep dive on. Most of the performance audits we do are in the range, well, when we use private consultants, they were in the range of about $80,000 for each performance audit. We have now philosophically shifted from using outside consultants to beefing up our staff, and we can perform those. So I don't think it's a per se question of cost anymore. The question would be how many performance audits can we do in a year? The number that I've used about $640,000 was used because the most intense forensic audit we ever did was at the sheriff's office, and that cost $640,000. So I knew that took 8 months, and that involved a check-by-check and a document-by-document review. So to me, that's kind of an outlier of if you get involved real deep in a very detailed audit, that might be what it, so what is this figure? So it would be about $160,000 worth of staff time a year to do a performance audit at the school district. And you're really not talking about one performance audit. One year you might look at how they handle transportation, and another year it might be how they do the lunch money, or it's almost a $2.3 billion budget. So to get valuable information, you're not going to do an overview of the whole budget. You're going to take a microscopic look at some aspect of it.
Just to conclude, considering you were able to identify about $2.2 billion in identified audit deficiencies and just reviewing their financial statements, it's pretty clear, considering the ongoing issues and concerns that I know this body and others have had regarding the school district, an ongoing annual performance audit should be done. I have some additional questions, and I'll ask them at the next round.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Before I get started, I want to say that politics aside sometimes, but your department, your staff are always informative, always on top of fiscal issues related to our city, and for that, I thank you all, and that's sincere. I'd like to just say that each year, when we have appropriated money for the school district, finally last year we had an accountability agreement that was signed off on, and I don't even know if it's worth the paper that we wrote on it, because they took the check, they cleared, and maybe filed it in the round file of their office for the accountability agreement. But if in some way we could have that enforced, if in some way we could have that looked at, we may get some of the answers that Councilman Green put forth. And so I'm just going to forward the agreement that we had.
Well, the point should be, we should be part of the memorandum of understanding. When Mayor Nutter, several years ago, when the school finances were out of control, he ballyhooed the fact that there was a memorandum of understanding and the city was going to look over the shoulders of the school district and make sure that they spent the money properly. And they never included us in that report, which meant that they didn't have any procedure for doing what they said. And then they appointed a committee that was supposed to review the school district's finances, and we later learned that the committee never met and never did anything. So again, it was a public relations device to calm everybody's nerves when people were panicking about the school district going broke. But there was, I mean, how would you penetrate a $2.3 billion budget? You have your technical staff who would not be able to do anything else. I mean, they would all have to become experts in areas of the school district budget, and then they'd be on the phone every day checking out what does this mean and what does that mean. I mean, the controller's office is basically the mechanism that you have available to you to do that kind of even the Auditor General has to do 502 school districts a year. How could they possibly do the kind of detailed review that you're asking for? So we are available. We're willing to do it. I think we've got a very responsive relationship with Council. We looked at NTI years ago at the request of Council, and we sorted that all out.
But he'll ring my bell, so we agree.
Well, we might be working on the same theory.
So we agree that needs to be taken in a partnership way to task, and particularly as we look at what some of the, not just new capital projects, but some of the maintenance of some of the existing projects is going to be next year whenever, as we review reports. I think it's going to be huge, so we need that help, and I'm soliciting that help. What I want to talk about as well is outdoor advertising. We have a number of agreements based on public property, things that we auditing that relationship, and if we are we getting our fair share of the advertising dollars that SEPTA or concourse people or public right people who build the shelters, are we getting our fair share?
We haven't looked at that. We haven't looked at that, but that's a good idea, so we can put that on our list of performance audit ideas.
And particularly as we start to, these relationships start to expire and it is on council to renew those leases, it would be incumbent to see if we're getting, as a municipality, what we agreed to. No disrespect, I have 3 golf courses in my district. And I know that I was a freshman when we entered the contract. I know at some point real soon they're going to come back up. And I want to look at how we use our public assets to the benefit of the public, but also in part to our treasury, to make sure that we're not unfairly carrying an administrative load, an operation load that should be passed on to folk who clearly benefit from those kinds of relationships, whether it is an outdoor skating ring or whether it is a golf course in my district, whether it is SEPTA who uses that advertisement. Those are dollars, revenues that are supposed to come to us to offset expenses that we have. When these places catch on fire or there's a crime committed, we respond promptly to 311, and I want to make sure that that is a reciprocal relationship.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning still.
Good morning.
Seems later than that. I want to start by echoing Councilman Jones's comments in terms of our working relationship, and it's really has been a pleasure to work with you and your staff, and I always find your reports to be very informative, information that helps guide us as members of council to do the job that we need to do. And so I really just wanted to thank you and your team for all of the hard work that you all do. I want to start with that.
Well, that feeling is reciprocal.
Oh, great. I had a quick question just from your testimony about the report regarding crime at recreation centers with surveillance cameras. And I'm very curious as to that report in particular. I did not see that one. And that's something that we work very hard on. I don't know if you recall, a few years ago, our office took work with every district member of council to make sure that there were surveillance cameras in every recreation center and playground in the city of Philadelphia over a 3-year period. And so I know that, we've worked hard to get these cameras in. So obviously very much of interest to me is what your report said about crime in these particular cameras that we had installed.
We've developed partnerships with several schools, and we take in about 7 or 8 students per term. And one of the projects is for them to pick an item of interest, and one of those teams wanted to see whether the cameras in their recreation center were actually functioning.
Okay.
So it's used as a learning aid about how do you do an audit, and then they all get personal recommendations for use in their college
Sure.
applications and so on. But we will be happy to forward. It's not a random sample or anything. It was focused, so it would be a concrete example for the kids about why auditing can be important
Okay.
in improving your life.
Sure. It's still very useful information for us to have. And the follow-up question, excuse me, the follow-up question to that is, once you determine that cameras are not working at a particular recreation center, and I know this is not your area of expertise especially, but once you have determined that there are cameras that are out, I'm assuming you forward that information on to the proper departments to make sure that they get working, that they get repaired or whatever it needs to be done.
Yeah, we forward that information to Parks and Recreation.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. The other question I had is, as you are aware, we introduced a resolution a few weeks ago about the Mentor Protege program that we're asking the city of Philadelphia to look into and to establish that other cities have already done. And I just wanted to, get your input on that. I know that you've done extensive work on that issue as well. And as we know, the Mentor Protege program we think can be very helpful, particularly for people who are underutilized in construction in the city of Philadelphia, primarily African Americans, Latinos, women who have been, struggling and trying to break through for a very long time now. So I wanted to see what your input is on that.
Well, as you know, we've been working on this area for a long time.
Yes.
Councilman Good was a leader in council when we started down this path.
Yes.
John Thomas, who's our deputy for pre-audit, is the office expert on this. So.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, John.
John Thomas, pre-audit deputy. Councilwoman, as you know, I've been working for you and your staff on this issue.
Yes.
A number of cities have established these programs,
Yes.
and they seem to be working in these cities. The idea is that you have larger firms who have expertise and experience in areas that, say, smaller firms may not be. So we want to establish a structured relationship with the smaller firms so that they work with the larger firms on issues, particularly back office issues. It's not a matter necessarily of, in construction, for example, not to teach a company how to do construction necessary,
Right.
but there's the back office, the billing, the estimating, those things where some of the smaller firms may need some help.
Yes.
And even moving from working in private construction to going into commercial, move from residential, going to commercial, public construction is a whole different ballgame. So larger firms can assist smaller firms, women and minority firms in that area. So I think the key for the successful mentor protege programs has been that it's structured. It's not just someone say we have a mentor protege program, but they're a structured program with reporting and those things built into that model.
Okay. And boy, that bell comes fast, I'll tell you. But as far as it being structured, I agree. Obviously we need to have, as much help as possible to help build capacity, for folks that we're trying to make sure are going to be successful once they arrive at the door. So, but I have more questions. I'll come back around on my second round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Taltenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bukovitz, I admire your work on behalf of the city, your passion, which you serve. It is a little bit of a role reversal today as we question your budget. But I reviewed your budget, and I don't have any questions for your office, but while you're here, I wanted to take the opportunity to ask you what you think overall of the city's budget and where you think savings could be made.
I mean, that's hard to do at this stage. We do the review every year of the 5-year plan, and that is already underway. Our last view was that there was some precariousness over the next couple of years about some of the assumptions that were submitted in the last Nutter 5-year plan. We were concerned about there being some thin margin on the fund balance. PICA didn't agree with us. Other than that, the budget is really a policy matter for council. I mean, we just try to make sure that the numbers add up and that the city is not going to run into a deficit over it. So, I mean, that's the only concern is.
I just want to learn from your expertise. You're here. You're before us. I mean, I'm not going to let you just disappear into the woodwork. $400 million. Are you concerned at all about how the administration has described the ideas of spending the $400 million?
$400 million on what?
Well, the overall increase in spending.
No, I mean, one of the issues over time has been kind of deferred maintenance and neglect of things that are eventually going to come due. That's our whole infrastructure problem.
Correct.
The playgrounds, we've done many reports on this, just as Councilman Bass has been on it, are dangerous for kids because you got protruding metal bars and you have all sorts of problems. So in past years, the city has cut back on short-term operating costs. That's why you have potholes. That's why we have, I think this administration has come in with the idea that people expect the city They expect to walk out of their house into a safe environment, not get a flat tire in a pothole, and have things fixed within a reasonable time. So, you know, I mean, the thing that we are, you know, AVI has given the city an extraordinary expansion in its borrowing capacity, right? So the city was just about at its borrowing limit, and because AVI multiplied the value of the real estate in the city by 10, the city now has the power to borrow $1 billion a year over the next 10 years if they want to. The mayor has assured us that he's not going to recommend any kind of borrowing that doesn't come accompanied with revenues that will pay the debt service. But that is simply a promise by this mayor. It's
Right.
nothing that is in concrete or in law. So I guess our structural concern is over the course of the 10 years, there might be a temptation to take advantage of the borrowing power. So if the city hypothetically was going to borrow $10 billion over the next 10 years, we would more than double our debt, and we would be increasing our annual debt service under current low interest rate by about $250 million a year. So at a time when everybody is talking about a $650 million a year payment to the pension fund, the one thing you don't want to do is, like the doctors say, first do no harm. So you don't want to increase that by a third by thinking that that's free money. Now, in the current environment, I haven't seen any indication that anybody is thinking like that, but you have all sorts of potential disasters over the horizon, such as a failure of the state to come to terms with the school funding crisis. And it's going to require, I think, a resolve and an understanding for fiscal discipline to not take advantage of that credit card if the other players don't step up to the plate and do what they're supposed to fund our essential services. So,
Mr. Buckles, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm finished.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. The first, could you give me your thoughts on the pending conclusion of the PICA portion of the wage tax in 2023? What does that do to the Philadelphia budget?
You probably have me on that one. I don't know offhand what the PICA, how much of the wage tax is going to PICA right now.
So it's not the portion that's coming to the, let me clarify my question, I'm sorry. The authorized portion of the PICA, the wage tax for PICA will conclude in 2023, meaning that if it is not renewed somehow, and not that it should be, maybe it should be, but that is about $350 million per year to the city, which would disappear.
Well, you know the history of these things, including the Johnstown flood sales tax, is that taxes get renewed when they come up for expiration. That's what happened with the 1% on the city sales tax. And the city is kind of painted into a corner right now with its almost total reliance on real estate taxes. There's been a general idea that they're much lower than the suburbs, but there's a reason for that. Not only the property values, but the fact that the people who live in Philadelphia don't have the kind of incomes that people in the suburbs do have. So the fact that I think the city is going to be forced to look at a variety of options for revenues because there's no reason to believe that costs are going to stop in the future. It's hard to speculate on what the situation will be in 2023, but if there's a tax that is expiring, that usually attracts the eye of policymakers.
Yeah, it's a concern, I believe, because we are now being asked to vote on taxes, borrowing bonds that will be affected by the fact that we're doing a 5-year plan, so we're only looking from 2016 to 2021 or whatever, but a couple years after that, there's a big gaping hole, and I know that our city finance folks say that they're going to work on this starting next year, but it's hard for me to figure out how to vote properly if I don't see that there is a plan B to how we are going to pay down our pension debts and do everything else if we're going to be absent an amount of money. And me personally, I have said many times to the disagreement of many that I like to see that portion of the wage tax disappear. I think, it's good to have that tax disappear. There may be a need for some additional taxes, but anyway, that is something that maybe I could talk with you about later. Let me ask you then, I had a conversation here with Commissioner Ross, and it was just a conversation. I'd like your thoughts on this. We talked about drones, and it was kind of reported as a cost saving, but my interest is in more effective city services for emergency responders, for police, for sheriff, for L&I, in the sense that I wonder what the costs are when there's a false alarm and we have engines and ladders rushing someplace, and I think they should rush. I don't think they should wait, but if a drone could be sent over, and if it's a false alarm, they could go back to the station. Similarly, whether it's apprehending fugitives or if you had a drone providing some eyes and possibly ears on the location. If it is a police emergency and a drone is sent there and there's no emergency, or if there's an ability for L&I to do inspections of tall buildings, bridges, and whatnot with the drones. I see a lot of opportunities for the city to do a better job, and by the way, also to de-escalate some tensions because, for example, with the police department sending drones in, helping to patrol, going into places ahead of the police officer, may be life-saving, may reduce costs. But it is a controversial area because people are concerned about their civil rights, although the drones would be, outside in public areas. Is there some report that you can do about the costs and things like that?
Well, we have a meeting scheduled May 23rd with stakeholders on drones. We're very enthusiastic about the potential. We've explored it already in an area that we've kind of specialized in, building inspections. We've seen efforts by rescue agencies in New Jersey where they didn't do it through drones, they did it through mounted cameras where they can determine what is a less congested route for an ambulance. I think there's all sorts of potential there. I think the privacy concerns are always there, but as you point out, as a matter of law, whatever you do in public is not private. So, you can't go looking in people's windows and into their private spaces, but people on the street, that's fair game.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Controller, and one of the findings of the Anchor Procurement Initiative report is that we need a two-way communication between the manufacturers and the purchasers of goods. The Department of Industry and Manufacturing is currently working on a database for manufacturers right now, currently. What sort of information should they include that will be helpful for manufacturers?
Well, it's going to depend on the purchaser. Right now, we're working with a number of the hospitals on the creation of a medical laundry in Philadelphia. So in that situation, what you want to know are what are the specifications of the product or service that the purchaser needs. They need to, they need absolute guaranteed delivery every morning. They're going to have certain specification regarding sanitary conditions that they may not require in regular laundry. They're going to have to have an extraordinary capacity to provide that, and so on and so forth. The idea is to create a database and a communication base so that you're not doing what they used to do in shop classes when I went to school, which is they taught you for professions that didn't exist for the last 20 or 30 years. You want to be right up to date and make sure that the real live potential customers that you have are going to find it within their standards to buy the service or the product that you're providing.
And have you been speaking with, or have you consulted with the Office of Industry and Manufacturing?
Yes. Yeah.
Recently, so it'd be nice to collaborate as they're building their database now, so we could, I guess, narrow down specific information that we could provide to institutions that will be beneficial for them for using local procurement, or at least working towards more of a local procurement policy. Now, are there policies that we can put into place to further incentivize our local network here to use local manufacturing and in procurements? Can we do something in a policy matter with the city?
I think there's a genuine interest on the part of the meds and eds to do that. They recognize it as something that will be important in making sure that the environment they live in is upwardly mobile. I think after we get some concrete results in that area, the next step will be to try to get city government and other large businesses, Comcast, Aramark, other large Philadelphia businesses to agree to the same kind of approach. We are working with another group, was it ICIC? Which has a specific focus on helping to cultivate inner city businesses and grow them from about a $2 million size to a $20 million size. The chief executive talks about one business that went from a street vendor sale of hair products into a $20 million a year. It's like an $800 million business manufacturing and distributing those products, and they went through their training program and through their access to New York capital markets. So I think there's going to be a multi-layered strategy. For the 8 years I've been in here, I think the access to capital is a major problem for all kinds of Philadelphia businesses. So they're going to have to be initiatives so that people can grow businesses that have demonstrated that they know how to do their operational task, but they don't have all the components necessary. You know, when we talked about demolition contracts and construction, for example, the $1 million bond requirement is a major bar to the growth of small demolition and minority demolition companies, because they would need $1 million in cash that they really could put aside in order to do this deal, and they're just not that big. So you don't start big, so you can't get big.
And I agree. You know, recently, I think over the last year and a half, 2 years, you know, having more of a centralized office that's collaborating and working together for better services, you know, trying to, you know, work specific packages or, you know, profiles towards, you know, an individual manufacturing to help incentivize them, you know, and not incentivize in a way, just give them a better opportunity to share in what we have to offer here as a market share in the city of Philadelphia. You know, but I guess we should be starting with looking to try to incentivize larger scale purchases that are across the board, that has the, you know, the commonalities of the report.
Well, most of these large purchasers, I mean, we for example, you met with the vice president of Comcast, and I think that they've got active programs. They would like to do local procurement. They would like to do upwardly mobile procurement. The problem that they have is breaking through the bureaucratic regimen in their company where a deal has been made at a higher level than them that they're going to procure from certain producers. And the second one is to guarantee that they're going to have reasonable price parity and quality parity with the suppliers that they're going to be displacing.
Well, I mean, they're corporate decisions, and national corporate decisions, which I believe frustrates a lot of local businesses, and then I think the city as a whole. I mean, we're talking about for the first time in a long time, especially with your report and, you know, the refocusing in on, you know, Workshop of the World and our local businesses, giving, you know, at different levels, the scale of opportunities. And, you know, I think we should be looking to bring it back home here and to keep it here. You know, there's no reason we should be buying products in Jersey, all right, when Jersey's trying to attract, you know, our local businesses, you know, 3 miles, $3 million, all right, to move, you know, vacating, you know, residents here out of the opportunity to go to work right in our own neighborhoods. So, you know, I'd be interested
Yeah, we very much would like to,
in moving forward with trying to think of what we can do on scale.
Well, we really appreciate the leadership and the strategic vision you've had on the Delaware waterfront, and what people thought nothing could be done with, you've had a different view. So you've been highly effective on that, and we would love to partner with you on it.
No, you know, I think you have a good base foundation right there that we could work upon. My last question before I turn it over is, last year, I mean, you were talking about demolitions and everything several times in your conversations here and testimony. Last year, you released a report on vacant buildings with open violations. Do you have a cost estimate in terms of inspections, repairs, administration, and court costs versus the demolition? So if you have that cost analysis, would it be beneficial for the city just to demolish them? And giving local people the opportunity to bid and go to work on that?
I think, you know, as a generalization, it's about $20,000 per building to do a demolition. But we'll get back to you with more precise.
Okay, well, you can provide that to the chair.
Yeah.
All right, chair recognizes Councilman Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Heenan. Just another question, but it's really asking your opinion on something, and that is the mayor's initiatives, which I think everyone agrees are great initiatives with the new budget. And I would like to know your opinion on, one, what you think of this potential soda tax or sugary drink tax, and two, if not that, what alternatives would you recommend to us?
See, now, the one thing that you did do is you helped me win a bet with my first deputy. I thought somebody would ask that question, and he didn't think so.
Thank you.
The first thing I'll say is, I mean, the mayor has a great vision in terms of what he wants to accomplish with pre-kindergarten. I mean, all the research and everything. I think for too often, mayors have kind of deferred delving into education because it's such a thankless task, and he really does seem to have a commitment to doing something about changing the embedded poverty problem. My personal philosophy on these kinds of taxes is that taxes are things that we pay as dues to live in a civilized society, and that they ought to be generalized, because the concern is at a certain level, it really tilts the scales industry by industry. So during the Nutter administration, we had an issue with the agreement that was made on stormwater fees, because, again, there was a laudable objective. The mayor signed on to a $6 billion environmental enhancement program to improve the handling of stormwater, but on 500 businesses, the rates went up from $700 a month to $4,000 a month. At the Arco refinery, they went up by $384,000 a month. And that's why it's really painfully necessary for the city to have a broader range of options in how it pays for this, because since the Rendell administration, the mantra has been we can't have the wage tax, because that stigmatizes Philadelphia as the only big city with that kind of disincentive, and it drives businesses into the suburbs. And so now the wage tax has been ensconced in a position where you have to have a financial emergency, and you need a special vote in Harrisburg in order to touch it, so you're really left with only the real estate tax. And as the mayor pointed out, they've gone to the well several times over the last few years. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a survey around the country about revenue options and see if we can contribute anything constructive on possible alternatives or supplements. I think the mayor's kind of stuck in having a vision and wanting to do these initiatives that are important and having his hands tied by Harrisburg on what he can do for revenue. So I sympathize with the position. I certainly wouldn't want to see him lose on his pre-kindergarten or I think those are valuable initiatives. And, for our perspective, we're going to see if we can find some way that maybe that can be done easier. And I have no idea where that survey is at this point. We just started it.
Recommendations, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad you won the bet.
Thank you, Councilman. The chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
I'm not sure you answered it.
That's why I'm supposed to get out of here fast.
I said, so what did he say?
Well, what he should say is, you know what, I don't have a vote. on ABS, and then get out.
I'm going to relinquish my time based on that. I kid you not.
Well, the problem was I had one line of vision with Ellen Dumm and Debbie Mahler, so.
Yeah, I know. That's what it was. I was like waiting for the answer to come down. No, I'm going to pass a little bit.
All right, well, good job, Councilman. The chair now recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. I have a question about your Fraud and Special Investigations Division. And can you give a little bit of detail in terms of how that differs, the work differs from what happens with the Inspector General? And the reason I'm asking this is because I have really a very specific area of focus that I'm thinking of, which is a lot of the contracts that happen here in the city of Philadelphia, where you have, general contractors, prime contractors, who go into an agreement with the city of Philadelphia, who say that they have, that they're using, someone of color or minority. They use, whatever their number is that determines that they are actually on the job, and they have never used this firm or person or whatever. There are no repercussions, and it doesn't seem as if anyone has picked up the ball on this, whether it's the Inspector General or it's your Fraud and Special Investigations Division. So I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, first of all, the Inspector General has limited jurisdiction. They can only look at departments under the mayor's direct control, whereas we have general jurisdiction.
Okay.
Secondly, while it's regarded as an asset that we have a leader in the Inspector General's office out of the U.S. Attorney's Office, the federal investigation system operates in they kind of are able to devote enormous resources over long periods of time to get high-profile targets.
Sure.
So there are federal investigations that go on for 5 years. We did an audit of the sheriff's office, and it resulted in an indictment 5 years after the report, whereas the DA's office and the local authorities have to do more of a quick and dirty kind of response. So when you're dealing with large volumes of information, we think we are better able to deal with that. And our major target is not to get a prosecution. It is to identify something that the city could do better and to change the policy. So as to your specific question, John Thomas is engaged with your staff right now in trying to develop metrics and a system for doing exactly what you've suggested by identifying some of the other major contractors and doing a deep dive, as we did with Bach Construction a couple of years ago, which John pioneered, to determine whether or not they're being truthful in
Right.
their claims about minority contracting.
Right. And it seems as, and we appreciate John and all of his hard work, and I want to thank you specifically for working with our office to make these things happen. But it becomes very, very frustrating when you see case after case after case where the same thing happens over and over again. And again, nobody seems to pick up the mantle. But, you know, we look forward to correcting that and to changing that. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to follow up on some questions that Councilman Parker and also Councilman Heenan asked regarding your analysis and ideas regarding pensions. Wanted to get some perspective on, from your research and analysis, what you've seen in other jurisdictions who've looked at pension buyout concepts. I know there's an upcoming Pennsylvania Public Employee Retirement System Conference or Papers Conference. Wanted to get some perspective on that as well. If there's been any conversation that you've seen in other jurisdictions, either in the Commonwealth or other parts of the country.
Well, Illinois is exploring a buyout, and the city of Nashville considered it and decided not to do it. And there's a small city in Florida. What city? A small city in Florida that I think implemented it. The conversation is generally circled around this idea about should there be defined benefit pensions, should there be 401ks, and I think that kind of misses the point because the 401k doesn't even save any money to the employer unless there's an agreement that the employer is going to contribute less than they're contributing to the defined benefit. You know, we had some nervous moments this year in the stock market, but they came back. The management of these pension funds by sophisticated managers has a much better track record, both in minimizing losses and in making the kind of money that's going to be necessary for us to make to pay our pensioners than does 401ks. And there's a looming national scandal over that. People borrow prodigiously from their 401k problems. One of the problems that we need is people need to almost be forced to save for retirement because it's like borrowing against your insurance policy. But if you borrow against your 401k and you retire, you are broke. And that doesn't happen to people under the defined benefit system. So I'm happy to have the conversation take place outside of what I consider to be those irrelevant. You know, all during the last 8 years, the city debated this question about whether they should replace the city pension plan with a 401k. They finally developed a pilot project in the sheriff's office and the police department. Nobody would join it. They finally forced people into the program. At a time when every minute counts and every dollar counts, it's just an expensive distraction to get into that debate. So I'm happy now that we're at least confronting the issue about how we're going to pay for what we've already committed to, and is there a way that might be mutually beneficial, both to the pensioners and to the city, to try to reduce those liabilities.
My time is up, but I do have a follow-up question.
That was the Diocese of Palm Beach in Florida, is the other small city.
I do have another question I'll ask in the next round, but as I wrap up this round, I want to follow up some questions and comments that Councilman Bass had made regarding just the challenges we've seen in reference to procurement, especially in reference to providing opportunities for businesses, especially businesses of color in the city. From my observation, from my years of working in this building, there really has not been that level of real, let's say, stick approach. There has been conversations and meetings and discussions, but not really getting to that level of enforcement until the work that your office did, especially working with John Thomas in that regard, regarding BAC and the debarment process. So I'm curious, what has been the relationship between your office and OEO and procurement, especially as it comes to enforcement matters?
I think the relationship has been improving, especially as of late, and with the new...
John, can you state your name for the record, please?
Sorry. John Thomas, pre-audit deputy controller. Relationship with OEO and the controller's office has been improving. We operate independently in terms of our enforcement activities. Because all contracts are tied to money and our pre-audit function, we can trace the money. That's how we have the power to do what we do. And so we try to work in conjunction with them, and we do when we can. And if we find that they are not doing what they need to do in terms of monitoring and enforcing contracts and compliance, we work independently of them. But the new Commerce Director has sort of given the OEO a charge to work in conjunction with us to try to improve compliant monitoring and enforcement. As Councilwoman Bass mentioned, she and her staff and I are talking about ways to look at contracts on monitoring and enforcement. But monitoring and enforcement is very important because you can have all the rules, and the City of Philadelphia has lots of rules related to minority, diversity, and inclusion. But it's the enforcing of those rules that's important. And if you don't enforce them, it really doesn't mean anything. It makes nice paper, but it doesn't really mean anything.
And I just to conclude, I agree. It seems like between your work and the controller's work, you're much more proactive in using that data to bring about change. Where it seems, from my observation, I do hope it's going to change under direction of Commerce Director Epps and Nolan Atkinson. But historically, OEO and before that, MBEC is much more reactive and just receives data, but doesn't really do anything with the data.
I agree.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you. And I just have two last questions for you. One, have you done an audit on the city's First Source program? Are you familiar with that? Which is under the Commerce Department, I believe?
No.
Okay, all right. And that's something that we could talk about and discuss a little bit further. Philacor, which is something that was listed in your testimony, that you have done an audit, and I'm curious to know the results of that audit and how productive it is. This is a program that is actually within the City of Philadelphia prisons, in which they work to make sure that they have actual skills that they can use to gain employment once they leave the facility. So can you talk a little bit about your findings?
Yeah, the findings there was that the program was a valuable program and that operationally it worked very well, but that there were routine issues dealing with the handling of cash that they needed help with. And that, for example, and there are issues that city departments have routinely been criticized by us for. Things like not having the same person do the deposits as pays the bills. It's something to have two people check on how the money's being handled. It was a relatively small amount of cash on hand, and there was no finding of fraud or anything like that, but they need to get basic financial controls.
So it's more of a matter of just internal controls and procedures?
Yes.
But no missing money kind of
Right.
thing? Okay,
Correct.
all right. All right, thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
All right,
All the money was
Council.
accounted for. But,
Okay,
yeah.
great. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I don't see any further questioning. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one other quick follow-up. What has been the performance? I know you do performance audits, various city departments. I'm curious about your performance audits on both OEO, procurement, as well as OPA. We've had an engaged conversation in this budget process about the CAMA system, and I'm curious about the performance audits you've done on OEO, procurement, and OPA, especially in reference to the CAMA system.
They're on the list, but we haven't done any recent performance audits of those agencies.
Okay.
I have to admit that my heart skips a beat every time I hear Councilman Green called out. It's trying to adjust to the new regime.
And when do you anticipate doing performance audits of those departments?
Within a year? It's probably going to be scheduled for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gimm.
How are you? Thank you very much for the work that you've done. I have a very simple follow-up question to Councilman Green's, which is very similarly, I'm curious about whether you take a look at the capital budget for OIT, and in part because OIT's capital budget often incorporates big picture projects that sometimes have taken longer than projected to come to fruition, and I'm not sure if that's something that's ever been a reviewable process, but they'll handle big issues like payroll, and to some extent, I think the build-up to the CAMA is supposed to come under OIT. And pensions, One Philly, other types of things that have gone on for a long time, and just curious about where you are with OIT.
Well, we've, at the beginning of my tenure, we looked at the Oracle program, and we were pretty detailed in our criticism of that, and we have found that to be basically a guide to the city's technology problems. They constantly buy bits and pieces. Yeah. And similarly, we did a review of the surveillance cameras. So we've come at OIT from the outside, and the response to all of those audits has been kind of a depressing response on the part of the city, because the ultimate point was that they needed to invest a lot more money to do what they thought they were trying to do than they were going to be able to accomplish with those resources. I'd been told that there had been an initial plan to spend over $100 million in technology upgrades that was sidelined by the 2008 recession. So all through our review of L&I, every time we pointed out that the Hansen system was one that could be rewritten over, or one that had no controls over it, we were advised that the Eclipse program would solve all those problems. Now we hear that the Eclipse program is probably at least a year away from implementation, right, and it will not fit the contours of what's needed. It's the same story over and over again. The city basically hasn't really allocated money for major technological upgrades, so they're putting Band-Aids on the existing systems. So we could do another detailed report that I think would probably show the same thing, but we feel going in, we're able to accomplish more in smaller bites over a variety of departments than taking on that whole OIT problem, unless there's clearly going to be a commitment to make a very major investment in it.
I guess maybe we can follow this up a little bit separately, but one of the responses I might suggest is also that some projects within OIT actually do get funded fairly robustly, and they still struggle to come in on time. But I would love to be able to follow up with you, because I think that there might be, rather than looking at it as individual project by project, I'm curious about the overall kind of capital time frame for those kinds of capital investments within the department, to better understand it.
That would
Thank
be
you.
helpful if you gave us. That's it. Councilman Jones and Councilman Gill, one day. Am I done?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other members have any questions for the Controller in his office? Well, being none, Controller and your staff, thank you so much for what you do, and thank you for coming here today. Next, in our budget hearings, we would ask that Sheriff Jewel Williams and staff please approach. You may state your name for the record and begin with your testimony. And welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Committee of the Whole, we've submitted our budget, and I would like to, with your approval, just to speak on with some of the speaking points that we have relative to our requests. Thank you. In the last 4 years, the Sheriff's Office has accomplished a great deal. The delinquent taxes and the fees collected in the sheriff's cells turned over to the city of Philadelphia has been $27 million, was collected in 2012. And now over $60 million is collected to this date. We reduced the time of producing deeds from 120 days to less than 30 days. We have increased security in all of our courthouses, particularly the new family courthouse. As you should know or know, that we transport over 125,000 people a year. And out of the 125,000 people we transport, we secure 4 courthouses, and to this date, we have no escapes. I am proud that for the first time that we look for people who've lost their homes, but we're able to get the money back, money that's owed to them as a result of a sheriff's sale. Since taking office, $7.6 million has gone back to people who was owed money as a result of losing their properties in the sheriff's sale. In FY2017, we have 3 major initiatives we would like for City Council support, and we can do this without using tax monies. First, the city and the courts asked us to take over the FJD unit under the past administration, and the FJD unit was called the warrant unit. We took over that unit of 42 people who had no certification training, and we were able to get those folks trained. So far to this day, 24 have been trained and completed the course, which is a 19-week course in Penn State, the Act 2 program supervised by PCCD. Since this course is going to be transferred from the courts to the Sheriff's Office budget, there's no fee or no money that is going to be taken from the general fund. And we're honored that the courts has allowed us to take on that responsibility. We conduct 4 sheriff sales a month, and we've collected over $60 million for the city of Philadelphia. The number of sales have increased, and the number of property sales has doubled to 20,600 this year. The city wants us to add on another additional sale and have us handle this new land bank sale. So there's additional work and responsibilities that the Sheriff's Office will have. We will require clerical staff. We see 23 clericals, and we plan to pay for them with monies that we use, monies from within our department. Currently, private title companies they charge us a fee to do the preparations on those deed sales, right, those deeds. We prepare the deeds and we use the income. We will prepare those deeds and use that income, and we'll pay for it within our department. So it'll be no monies cost to the city of Philadelphia, no taxpayer monies. We also are planning to do security for this building. There are some concerns that we have about safety of a courthouse. Since this is a courthouse, our plan is to do adequate security and protection for this building, bringing it to the state-of-the-art security for this building. We can avoid using taxpayers' monies by using the revenue that we have from such services in the event there's any increases for any new fee services for the different processes that we do here in the Sheriff's Office. We're looking forward to getting council support on our request, and we'll take any questions you have available to us.
Thank you for your testimony, Sheriff. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome Sheriff Williams and members of your staff. I just really wanted to start off by just saying thank you. before I was sworn into this body, I remember calling you late during the week after business hours, where a senior had walked into the office, had received the notification about sheriff's sale, was unclear about the process, needed some direction, and you handled it immediately. And particularly in the area like the 9th District, where we're seeing a high concentration of foreclosures due to the amount of equity that homeowners have in their property. That attention was greatly appreciated, and if you had not responded, I would have been saying that to you on the record, so because you did, I needed to say thank you. First question is in regards to page 6 of your budget testimony in the 5th paragraph. You mentioned that your office serves warrants for domestic violence, child support, and protection from abuse orders. I just want to make sure I'm clear, because this is a question we're hearing often, is can people contact your office in the event that they want you to serve a PFA? Can they call you? And if they do call your office, what's the process? How does the public access that?
Well, one of the things that we do, and we pride ourselves on it, is that we assist the Philadelphia Police Department on processes such as protection from abuse orders and requests for serving warrants. To answer your question, and maybe I have to tell you in a manner that the public can understand, is that when a person gets a protection from abuse order, they go to the Criminal Justice Center, particularly after 5 o'clock, and there's a person assigned to that division. And they'll get the authorization, and once they get the authorization for the protection from abuse order, we will attempt to serve it along with the Philadelphia Police Department. What happens is that we find there's an abundance of families who have a lot of children when they come to the Criminal Justice Center late at night, and what we've done with the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office, we've opened one of our warrant units up to be accessible to the person who needs to have that protection from abuse order served. Last year, we were approached by your colleague, Councilman Greenlee, about over 6,000 protection from abuse orders that was not served. So when we took over the warrant unit, we made a live process available. So if there is a request, what we will do, we will assign someone from our office who will go and serve that protection from abuse order. They will go into the district, they will notify the district, the police district that they go into, and we will attempt to serve that protection from abuse order. And if there's weapons there, we will remove the weapons and make that family safe.
Okay. Thank you from that. So once they get the process rolling over at the Criminal Justice Center, then your office, sort of the domino effect that occurs.
Yes.
Okay, my next question is in regards to, you mentioned in your testimony that your office is now seeking out people who lost their home in sheriff sales, but they are owed money from excess payments on a sale. Tell me, when did you start sort of aggressively pursuing these people, and how do you go about notifying people who are eligible to receive this, and what should we be doing to help you inform these people? Is there some list you have, Sheriff, that's like broken down by maybe council districts that we could find a way to publicly assist you via our offices? Tell us how the process works.
Sure.
Councilwoman, good afternoon. My name is Joseph Vignola. I'm the Undersheriff of Philadelphia. Sheriff Williams, upon taking office, started a unit we call the DART unit, Defendant Asset Recovery Team. That unit is responsible for trying to get the excess proceeds from tax sales and mortgage sales to the defendant. Mortgage sales are pretty straightforward because in most instances, the owner of the property, if the property is sold in excess of what they call the upset price, is still around in the house. But for every 100 mortgage foreclosure sales, 90 of those go back to the bank. So there are no excess proceeds. It's a smaller group. For tax sales, for every tax sale there is, 100% goes to a third party, but of those third party buyers, maybe 15% are over the amount that the taxpayer owes the city of Philadelphia. And because of the backlog and the long time it takes for the city to actually bring a property to tax sale, many instances, there's no one in that house. There's not a good address. So what we're trying to do, when Sheriff has started, we do now send a letter trying to say there is excess proceeds, and also we're able to track if any of the owners of the property contact us in any way. We try to retain that information. So if there is excess proceeds, we get it to them. As Sheriff Williams said, unfortunately, during his four years in office, we returned about $8 million. The reason why I say that is unfortunate is that as hard as we try, we still achieve that same amount each year to the city, waiting for people to come back. It's very difficult because tax sales, unlike in the counties where if you miss 1 quarter tax payment, the counties have your property up for sale. In Philadelphia, sometimes you go 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and the property is vacant.
Well, I know my time is up, Mr. Chair, but I wanted to say to you, Sheriff Williams and Mr. Vignola, thank you so much for that summary. And as you sort of work to streamline that process and continually find ways to improve it, you make sure you keep us in mind. If there's a role for us, particularly the district council members who are, sort of very active from a regional perspective in their districts, let us know if we can be helpful.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman, I wanted you to know that every month we send out a quarter report to council to give you information on what we're doing in the sheriff's office relative to people getting their money back.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Vignola, I got a question just to ask a little deeper details on the municipal tax sales. So you made a comment that the city doesn't bring the sales to you. How does that work? Is the particular department, the law department, or L&I needs to kick it to the law department kicks it over to municipal court kicks it over to you?
Right.
How does that process work, and are you ready and available as the sheriff's department in the municipal tax lien sale, ready to get these sheriff sales moving?
Councilman, we're at the end of the process. The Revenue Department brings it to the Law Department's attention that these properties are tax delinquent. The Revenue Department, when Sheriff Williams first started as sheriff, the Revenue Department was only bringing these tax sales to the Law Department, approximately 100 a month. During Sheriff Williams' first term in office, the Law Department sought outside counsel, 2 firms, outside counsel, to bring more properties to tax sale. They also ramped up the number of properties that they bring to tax sale. So now, the process is, once a property is determined to be delinquent, they go through a process by which they literally have to do a title search to see who all the lien holders are, notify all the lien holders, bring what they call an action or a decree under the Municipal Claims Act to either municipal court or the Court of Common Pleas. If a taxpayer shows up, they try to enter into a payment agreement. If a taxpayer doesn't show up, they normally take a default judgment. Once a default judgment is entered, they wait an additional 30 days, and they can begin the process of seeking a writ of execution that is then given to the sheriff's office to begin the process of the sheriff's sale. If there is litigation, if a taxpayer litigates the amount of money that's owed, and that goes to a final judgment, then that could go to a writ of execution. But a lot of the properties that the city tries to bring to sheriff's sale, if the taxpayer shows up, if the property owner shows up, they try to work out a payment agreement.
Which I think is the responsible thing to do.
Yeah, which is in everybody's
for the
best interest.
homeowners.
But even,
That's a small percentage.
yes, but even given that amount, right now, as the sheriff pointed out, we're doing 3 tax sales a month, of which today is the first one. We're doing over 200 properties, new properties today, over 200 properties new tomorrow, and over 2 on Thursday. There is a 4th sale, which is a tax lien sale that dates back to the Rendell administration when we sold taxes to investment banks to help us with the deficits that the city had at the beginning of Rendell administration. And beginning July 1st, we're going to add another full tax sale of an additional 300 so properties.
So are they bulk sales? That you're 200?
Well,
200?
that's the number.
Because I know originally, let's go back a couple years where you were saying you're doing 100 a month.
Yes.
I think we were trying to prepare for 600 a month. Is that correct? I mean, if I recall.
We're talking about new sales, Councilman.
Okay.
Right. A lot get postponed. If the day before a sale, a taxpayer comes in and says they want to enter a payment agreement, that property may be postponed by the attorneys for the city to work out a payment agreement. And if one can be worked out, then that sale is canceled. If one cannot be worked out, then it will go to sale.
So just explain to me the 200. They're not bulk sales. They're
They're
just
individual.
200 that made it over to you, that went through the process.
That went through the process in which there is a final decree or final judgment.
Well, how can you explain if you get 200 now, you get 200 coming? So, I mean, there's 400 where you were only doing 100. What would be you think the cause? Is it just a renewed focus into trying to push things over and trying to move things in our inventory?
That was a decision by the prior administration to increase the number of tax sales. A lot
So
of
they're all
it was
just coming to date.
A lot of it is in response to what this council was saying. You have hundreds of $millions in uncollected real estate taxes. Why don't you do something about it? Well, the prior administration started to do something about it.
They're all just coming due.
Yes,
now.
sir.
That's
Correct.
okay. So that's
Correct.
good news, right?
Yes.
Because you see the numbers at 100. You see inactivity. People rush to judge, all right, and rush to look for blame. And the fact of the matter is, it went through the process, and now we have hundreds of properties that are actually coming due. That's made it to you, and they're going to be on the block for sheriff's sale. My last question, and I'll turn it over: would the sheriff's department ever consider resales on site?
Resales on site. The law doesn't.
Like there's I know you get $1,000 minimum. For a property with.
The law does not permit that. It has to be an open public sale, advertised, and technically, when we have a sale, our assembly room is a courtroom. So it's...
So when it goes up for sheriff's sale, and you got an auctioneer there,
Yes.
or however that process is, and it's open up at $1,000 minimum bid, nobody bites, right? No, can you resell and go below and just move the inventory so we can, put it in hands of trying to, get some taxes in? Or are we legally allowed to resale on site? Because it's already been posted, it's already been notified, so the specific property, we had under normal process, we have no bidders for this house, all right, because it's, not in good shape. And the amount of municipal liens and everything like that it could be $7,000.
Well, Councilman, to address that point, under normal conditions, a property that's brought to sale may have a delinquency, and let's just use a round number. The first time it's listed, $15,000. There are no bidders. The city is allowed to postpone it for 60 days. They postpone it for 60 days. They go back and they lower the opening bid to $7,500, right? Again, there are no bidders. They're allowed to postpone it one more time for additional up to 60 days, and they come back at $1,000. At that $1,000, there are still no bidders. The sale is what they call stayed or taken off. It is, we do not set the sheriff's office does not set the opening bid. The city of Philadelphia sets the opening bid.
I get that, and I understand that. So what I'm going to request, if you could, to the chair, could you give a list of properties where you have gone through that process of no bidders for the opening price, and then you come back and either it gets on next month's bid or 60 days later, and you actually have a stay and it just remains in our property or our inventory. I mean, because between commercial, residential, and our multiple agencies, we have over 12,000 properties. All right, and we want to try to move.
Councilman, that is correct. We could supply you that information of all the stayed, what we call the stayed sales.
Correct.
Now, we may not be able to, we'll have to check with our IT department, to delineate if the sale is stayed because the taxpayer came in and made an agreement, or was stayed because there was no bidding activity ultimately on the property. But we'll see what we could do.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Granley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, good afternoon. Just wanted, Councilwoman Parker had brought up the subject of protection from abuse orders, and I just wanted to commend you and your office for the aggressiveness you've taken on that. I think it has made a significant difference talking to groups like Women Against Abuse and all. They say, and obviously, as you know, and we talked, as you said on record, we talked about this, those protection against abuse orders are literally can save somebody's life if it's given the situation. So again, I just want to go on record commending you for the aggressiveness you've taken it. I think it's made a significant difference. So thank you.
Thank you. And also, there's a Senate bill that was introduced by John Sabatino Jr., Senate Bill 1062. You might want to take a look at it.
Okay.
But it encourages the police department and the sheriff's office to be more attentive to getting those protections from abuse orders out.
Okay, great. We'll take a look at that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you as always.
Likewise.
And thank you so much for all the hard work that you do. I just had a question for you specifically about the Criminal Justice Center. And last week, as you may recall, there was a fight, as I understand it, that was in the paper, that actually occurred in the hallways, I think right outside of the judge's chambers. Apparently there, people were unhappy with the decision or with testimony, and it spilled out into the hallway, and I'm assuming that, the sheriff's office was intricately involved in that. And, that's not the first incident of something like that happening. And I know that I had been told that when the building was built, originally there were supposed to be separate entrance and exit elevators, and so that things of this nature didn't happen. And as a cost-cutting measure, those extra elevators were taken out, which we now know was a huge mistake. So I wanted to just hear your commentary on what happened and how we can make it a little bit safer over there, or a whole lot safer over there.
Well, thank you. One of the things that we do in our office is with our supervision over in the Criminal Justice Center, whenever there's an incident such as that, the supervisors immediately go to that floor or where that occurrence is, and what they do is we utilize our plainclothes unit as well as the bike unit and the outside unit who patrols the outside of the building. Because we make sure when we separate those parties that we escort them to the subway, escort them to the parking lots, so we can get them out of the community, get them out into the community, out of the courthouse. We normally talk to the judge and ask the judge to delay the persons who are involved, either one or the other side, the one who's most aggressive. We try to get them out of the building in a way. And then sometime we just separate the both groups and wait until the crowds disperse, and then we escort them to public transportation or to the parking lots. I'm proud to say that our patrol unit that we use on the outside, the bike unit, they were designed just for that reason, because we have so many witnesses and so many folks who are involved in different cases and different court hearings. So when there is a disturbance between both parties, the courts has been very supportive on listening to our request of separating those groups.
Oh, very good, very good. It's a very busy building.
Yes.
And it's easy to see, unfortunately, it's a very
Yes.
busy building. And it's easy to see how something could become explosive very quickly
Yes.
in the building. And then one other quick question I had for you, as you talked about the DART program, and I know that Mr. Vignolia mentioned that there was an attempt to reach folks, because once the property has been sold, usually it's difficult to find folks, and you send a letter out, and then there becomes a process in which you're trying to track some folks down. Is it possible that we could advise people up front as far as whatever information they receive from the sheriff's sale, that it's going to sheriff's sale, that there might be assets available to them that they should check back in? Do we inform people of that?
Yes, we have a very aggressive community outreach program that we go out into the community and we inform people of the process. As you know, there's no statute or no law that says that the sheriff's office must do this.
Right.
This is a service that we provide because we believe that the person losing their property have enough hardship on losing their property.
Sure.
So if there's some excess monies, that we can work as hard as we can to find those folks and get them their money. I can tell you of a couple success stories where a person bought a house several years before being notified that their house was lost. Well, that money came to be a help to buy another house. So again, our communications division, we aggressively go out and talk to the people in the community. We do seminars, we do the tangled deeds with some of the council folks here to make sure that that information goes out.
Oh, good, good.
And one other thing the sheriff forgot to mention, Councilwoman, is that we post a handbill before, unfortunately, before every sale. But when we go to a house with a handbill, the sheriff also has a brochure that explains the process and says in this brochure, which is not legally mandated, that there may be excess funds, and even if you are going to lose your house, please contact the sheriff's office to see if there are excess funds.
Is that in the fine print, or is that big?
No, it's a brochure. It has a lot of his pictures on it, but it's still good.
Of course. Well, you know, the more we can do to make sure that people know that those funds are available. And if I can ask one last quick question, which is not a long question, but how long does it take to reconcile an account and move those funds? So if my house goes up for sheriff's sale, how long, what's the process? Is it 6 months? Is it 2 years? Like, can you give us some sense of how long it takes to reconcile the total activity around the sheriff's sale, and for me to know that I have funds available?
30 days under Sheriff Williams.
30 days under the sheriff. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
With the new computer system that he put in place.
Okay. Yet another reason to say thank you to our sheriff and his team. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dunn.
Thank you, Chairman Heenan, and good morning, Sheriff Williams and staff. And first I want to say thank you for your cooperation that you've given me over these first 105 days or so, but I appreciate that. I just have a few quick questions. In reading through the testimony, I just want to confirm that the 23 new people you're hiring basically will be covered by the cost we're paying currently for outside people to do the work. So it's a revenue neutral issue?
Yes.
Okay. Second question I have is there right now a backlog of properties that we need to get through sheriff's sale? And if so, roughly how many would that be?
Councilman, the answer to that is yes. That is the reason why the city asked us to go to a additional sheriff sale beginning in July, which will be around 300 new properties. According to what we were told by the city law department, there are 5,400 decrees backed up That by decrees, we mean judgments, that actually a writ of execution can be filed. There are numerous other properties that are in various stages of being brought to court for resolution.
And how many would you say that we're capable of doing per year?
We do whatever is brought to us. We're selling approximately, 200 a month?
But to go back here,
We're talking about tax sales.
Yeah.
200 to 300 a month tax sales.
so if we're going to do 300 in the sale coming up, and you have a 5,400 inventory, that sounds like it's an 18-month backlog.
Yeah, well, take about 30% of that, or 100 will actually go to sale. A
I
lot of
understand
them.
that, but there's 5,400 in the queue, and I
Correct.
guess if you can do 300, that means we're 18 months, it'll take us 18 months at 300 a month to get through that inventory.
Yes, sir, correct.
So do you need, in your opinions, more resources from us in order to speed up this process?
Yes. I would say yes, because, I'm a person that believes more people who work for you can get more work done. But there is a process dealing with the Revenue Department and Lineberger and GRB, the folks that the city has agreed to work with for several years. Again, if we had the resources to bring more people on board to do the work, we see this with the new computer system that we got in the past administration, although it took a year and a half for us to get it. And now we can do deeds less than 30 days, which is remarkable, according to folks lawyers who represent defendants and represent the folks on the financial end.
I don't know if this is allowable, but are we allowed through the Sheriff's Department to sort the 5,400 properties by most money owed or recoverable and work on those first?
Councilman, we don't bring the properties to sheriff's sale. It's the city, the law department, and the lawyers for the city that bring the properties. So we do not literally know what properties they're going to bring. But one additional point that I don't want you to be misled. Of the 5,400 backlog, that is 300, and you're quite right, about 18 months. But they also fill in another GRB sale. So it may not be 18 months. It could be as little as 9 months, around 12 months, to do away with that backlog.
With the potential revenue we'd receive from selling these properties potentially offset the additional costs we incur in speeding up the process?
Well, although people like to say there is $500 million or $1 billion worth of delinquent taxes. That's at full value, all interest and penalties in, and the city is selling properties 10, 15 cents on the dollar. So yes, it will more than pay for the $1 million of 20 employees at $50,000 a person. But what's more important is that property now has a new owner, and that new owner, we hope, is putting it on the tax rolls and is paying the taxes. So yes, we may forgive something in the past in a way, but that's also the future expectation that property is going to be productive.
Right. I mean, the other point is it also might help blighted areas where property is sold and the neighborhood improves because we're speeding up that process to improve a block.
And also, as the sheriff pointed out in his testimony, the land bank is going to start in May, and that should help.
Okay. Can I ask one last question?
You may.
Thank you. Any idea of the sales, of sheriff sales, the percentage of the sellers who don't live in the city versus live in the city?
No, but I can tell you at our seminars that we see a influx of different groups, and I don't want to, you can break it down to different communities who are now buying properties. Like we get a lot of folks from New York who comes into the sheriff's sales for the tax sales, and that's why what we do is the community outreach. So we inform people, and we see most times in some of the seminars, we would see more of the Latino community coming to the seminars, learning how to buy at the sheriff's sales.
Is it possible for you to give us a statistic as to the last 12 or 18 months of the sales that occurred? What percentage were Philadelphia residents versus not Philadelphia residents of the property sold?
We have to go by the last known address on the property. We'll check to see if we could do a sort by a non-911 zip code to see who the defendant is, but our IT people think they could do it.
Okay,
So-
thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman, and I'm glad you, I think, cleared up a couple things. One, shed some clarity on the 5,400 back orders. All right, that's back orders. That's not included what the city brings to you every month. Is that correct? Because you can expand your 100 to 300 to 600.
Yeah, and that's why.
So you're capable of 600.
Councilman, we're going to be up to we're going to be up to 1,200 properties a month.
Great, yeah.
As of
so
July
we're going to be
1st.
moving
Yes.
property. So I just
Yes.
wanted to say you're doing a heck of a lot more than saying, hey, we're going to do 300, we're going to do 200. We're only doing 100. So I mean, properties, the orders are actually being effectuated right now on a monthly basis at a greater level.
Yes.
Right? And I'm glad the councilman also asked the question and clarified and I think you should be able to do this over the sales of with the sheriff sales with buyers, whether they're city residents or out-of-town residents. Is that correct? Councilman?
No, I think we're curious about sellers because we've heard a statistic that 40% of the delinquent taxes are owed by individuals who don't live in the city, but yet I've heard another statistic from, I think, Philly Delinquency, that 70% of the money is not from residents of the city.
Okay, so the owners whose homes it was, whether they were city residents or not city residents. Okay. So I'd like to add the other data set to that to see who's purchasing these sheriff sales, especially now that we got, there's somewhat of a housing boom. You're going to be moving 1,200 properties a month, or we're up to 1,200 properties a month. We have land bank that's going to that's coming into play. You're having 23 additional sales folks for these sheriff sales, specifically for land bank. Land assemblies are going to be taking place. Economic development is going to be taking place in our economy. More taxes are going to be put on the rolls. We can get them off of our, discrepancy debt that we have, whether it's, $600 million, it's $800 million, or it's $200 million. All right, but things are going to be moving quickly over the next couple of years. So I think it's important, that we understand what direction we're headed in so we can get a view of who's interested in Philadelphia. And I think, Philadelphians are interested in Philadelphia. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Well, now, the humanity. I like a well-oiled machine. I like an efficient government. But you haven't lived until somebody comes in your house and takes you and removes you. You have not experienced that in my office when someone comes in my office and says, this was my grandmother's house. I'm about to be put out of that house. And yes, there are property rights. I get all of that. But the humanity of it, I take exception to. And I'm not, this ain't you. I know you have a sworn right, responsibility to do what you do. But as I see these people on the other side of this bar talking about losing their properties, I can only empathize with them on maybe we shouldn't be that damn efficient and slow down a little bit when they raise issues like proper service, because there's a whole private sector side of this, many of whom live outside of the city, come from as far as Japan, investors from New York, looking at our undervalued real estate here in the city of Philadelphia. We're much cheaper than New York. We're much cheaper than Washington, D.C. on comparable properties. And as I watch whole parts of my district gentrify or become renter occupied where proud homeowners used to live. Now, there is a responsibility to pay your taxes. There is a responsibility to pay your debts and your mortgages. But there should be an humanity that says that if there is an I that is not dotted, a T that is not crossed, or a possibility that we got it wrong, to slow up. Because once you get it wrong and people are stealing properties, it is a absolute fact that people come in here with deed theft, that there are some unscrupulous individuals that file false claims, and that we should have every I and every T dotted and crossed and checked so that we don't make those kinds of errors, because once a property goes out of it, yeah, there's a right of redemption, but as they pile those different costs on, it is cost prohibitive from a original owner getting them back. We have tangled title issues. We have other issues that we are not just open for sale as a city. So yes, I want you to be efficient. I want you to do all of the wonderful things that you do well. But this is one area where our humanity should drive us. If you live outside of this city and you have a delinquent property in the city of Philadelphia, I have no mercy on you. You are a business and you run the risk of every other business to have to fulfill your responsibility. But if you live in that home, and you've lived in that home for generations, we have to safeguard them. In my district alone, we lost 5,000 residents in the last time we did redistricting. I had to go all the way down to 24th and Lehigh to find people to put there. There are other parts of the city that have become homeowners, reversed now renters. And there's a different, often, mentality that comes with that. So as we look at, I asked the Mayor's Planning Commission, like, we lost these people, where the hell did they go? And nobody has, I don't know. Maybe they live in, Delaware County or whatever. We should be concerned about that. So I'm err on the side of caution. I don't want us to move so fast that we run over people. You do a good job, and I should say that, of trying to inform fearful people about their rights. And keep in mind, nobody wants to go to the doctor and get told you have cancer. Nobody wants that visit. And they resist that from you. And you go out and talk about, I know you do that. But if we find anything wrong and there is a gray area, we should err on the side of caution for people. So as I hear about, wonderful property values going up, that's nice. But somebody loses every time one of those transactions goes. And it's often people that I care a great deal about. And I've called you, and whatever you could do within the realm of the law, you have. But I don't want us to be so efficient, so effective, that we change the complexion of neighborhoods, change the reality of home ownership to renter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That ain't a question, that's a statement.
Well, thank you, Councilman Jones, and I recognize and understand your passion. My prior life of, before I became a legislator, before I became a police officer, before I became the sheriff, was a housing activist, and certainly that's why we work very hard on that information, getting information to people, having community outreach, having community seminars to try to teach and get people to understand that the court's process is the court's process, which is statute and mandated by law. But we go the extra yard by putting these brochures out. We've sent your office packages on information they need to know on how to save your property and how to purchase a property at a sheriff's sale. As you know, we have to be neutral, but we're fair as a part of the process. We also have our investigations unit who actually go out and put people back in their home after they were illegally put out. There is a process, even if you purchase a property at a sheriff's sale and you win the bid and you put your 10% down. We have had cases where we had to have our investigation unit go into the police district, go to the police academy, talk to the police officers when they're given and making decisions, and when they're telling people that they have to leave their property or their home. So there is a,
excuse me, Sheriff, what I'm talking about is that the motive for money and profit supersedes some of the small guys and gals' ability to fight. They have lawyers and law firms that go in and do service. You used to do a service. I trust you. I trust the integrity of your staff. And when they say that I served so-and-so, I believe it. You have conflicts of interest often where I'm the real estate magnate and I'm doing the service, and yeah, I said there was an adult there, but it might have been a kid that was on the porch that might look like he had a little facial hair, so oh well. We have to check those systems to make sure we give every opportunity for someone to save their house. If they don't know, and I know there's checks and balances all along the way, but every opportunity to summon the courage, gather the resources to save their property. Commercial, get them. Out-of-town folk, get them. Residents, every right.
But Councilman, respectfully, you know that that's an act of legislation or act of law, which we have to work with our legislators to change that process of giving people legal authority to be a process server, and there should be some penalties based on a person given a faulty or illegal affidavit of service. That's where the process can get cleaned up. If the House of Representatives, both Senate and House, could change some laws where that the process servers have to be more educated, more.
We're going to work on that. But also, just because I didn't go to law school does not mean, so we have to find more technical assistance dollars, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to end on this, to be able, where the little guy goes into an office and yeah, I could have saved my house, but I did not understand how to file this particular piece of paper in a way that would have protected my rights. So you may have a high-powered lawyer rolling through parts of North Philadelphia, parts of South Philadelphia, because the value of those properties are higher, they're running through them. If I don't have an advocate fighting for the little guy, then I'm mismatched. I'm standing against David with a law degree. I mean, Goliath with a law degree. But we need to create some Davids with our public dollars to be advocates for these people, because otherwise we're going to lose entire, we used to be called a city of neighborhoods. And that there was something to that. And we're becoming, because of our own prosperity, because people are discovering us, a city of people who used to live here. And they got whole areas now designed by dislocated people, and we need to be the vanguard to guard those folks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last question. I just want to make ask you this. In the last two tax lien sales, there were some people who bought the tax liens who are actually delinquent on real estate and other business taxes in the city, yet they bought new liens from us. Do we have any kind of mechanism to prevent that from happening?
Yes, sir, we do. In order to settle, you could bid on a property, we don't know, but in order to settle a property, you have to bring, at the time you pay the balance on sale, a tax compliance certificate from the Revenue Department, and if you do not, the sale is forfeited and we keep your deposit and apply it to the outstanding tax balance that's on that property.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman McGinn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So thank you very much, Sheriff Williams. Following my colleague, Councilman Jones's comments about thinking through what happens to families, one of my questions is that of the people who are evicted, do you know how many or go through the sheriff's sale process? How many actually are able to come forward with representation, legal representation on their behalf?
I can't give you an exact number, but I can tell you that every time there is a notice which is posted, there's a document that we developed from the sheriff's office to tell folks, communicate with the community legal services and housing counseling agencies on how to save your property and how to look or get legal.
Do you know how
counsel.
many actually receive representation?
No, I cannot tell you how many, but I know that every time there's a call
Would
to
you
our
say
office,
it's
we refer
would you
it.
say it's a half and half, a majority?
In all fairness, I could not give you an exact number, but I can tell you from our office that our people are told to refer people to community legal services every time there's an issue of a sheriff's sale or a dispute.
I mean, most national studies indicate that people, particularly if they're indigenous, one, don't even bother showing up if they don't have legal representation, or two, very rarely have legal representation. And one of the things that Councilman Jones has raised is this question of how we create a level of protection for people who are extremely vulnerable. We've been struggling to think about whether people have a right to counsel when it comes to the loss of their homes. We provide that in criminal court. There's a question about whether they have a right to have it when we have civil proceedings in which eviction and a sheriff's sale could be the end run of it. And it would be one thing where it would be, I'd be intrigued about whether your office might take a look at those numbers and data as well about who actually receives representation, what's the percentage of people who are able to go through it. Our guess is that our statistics will match national statistics, which show that it's a very small fraction that are, one, able to afford it, and two, able to receive it. But, this question of whether our residents have civil rights to counsel when it comes to the eviction and or sale of their home is one that I would like to have with your department.
Okay, but you do understand that that is really a function of the law department.
Yes,
and
we do.
But what we do, as I said before, we go beyond by at least developing the brochure, and we'll make sure we'll send you a package of the information that we send out. And we refer people to those community legal services. Now, what I can tell you about people, and I've been in the people business a long time, is that people will make a phone call. They will make a phone call before they actually go to the physical place. The phone calls that we get about the issues of eviction or sheriff sales, our office, that's the first thing we do is make sure that they get information.
Understood, right. Our issue is whether people have the right to counsel, that it would be automatically provided to them, and that might be a question that, we would like to explore with different departments and other legal entities that specifically deal with housing.
I think it's a great idea because they're having a service is going to be brought before court, and it's a courthouse, so I think they should have legal representation.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask just one more quick question?
Yes, you may.
Could you explain, we have a new language access charter policy. Your department works in crucial areas, not only around domestic violence, which impacts a lot of immigrant families and communities, but potentially around home sales, foreclosures, and that kind of thing, where a lot of immigrant communities are often made unaware, don't have access to a lot of services. Could you talk a little bit about how your office, the number of bilingual staff you have, how you plan to meet the mandates of the language access charter mandate?
Well, one of the things I can tell you is that when you come to our office, there is a chart, and it speaks to all languages, and there's a number for people to call if there's a language issue. We have people from in our office who speak very fluent in Latino language, but there is a brochure and a signage which speaks to various different languages and who to contact for interpretation purposes.
So if someone were to call your office, though, to request, and does not speak Spanish or English, what would be the process that would actually happen?
They would get a phone number. They would be told to call this number, and we will give them that number.
And what's the number actually go to? What is it? what is the number?
It's a number to the city's interpretation unit that they use for interpreters.
Okay, because usually the process is that your department will call language line would connect you, and that way the person wouldn't get confused about who they're calling. So has the department been trained on language line at all?
We have, I don't know if we have the official training, but I know.
Would you be open to it?
I would
it's
be
a
open
great
to it,
service.
yes. Yes, I would be
Yeah.
open to any additional services which could use for communication, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you. I didn't want to leave us on such an emotional note. I wanted to talk about a couple other things. But just the issue of that just gets to me. So, how are we doing in court protecting our witnesses in the new facility and others? How are we making out on that? Last year, you had some concerns about how we could adequately dispatch that, and witness protection in particular. How are we doing on that?
I think we're at an 80%. I mean, I would have some concerns of, and it's been verified by the district attorney's office, and I think you spoke on it before, about cell phones, when there are cell phones in the courtrooms which put witnesses in jeopardy, undercover police officers in jeopardy, because folks are using cell phones to take pictures, and they take those pictures and forward it to their friends or gangs or people in the street. I think that it's a major issue, and I think there's something that we need to work on, both from council on the financial side, the district attorney's office is dealing with witnesses, and as well as on the sheriff's office side on how we secure those phones when they come inside of a courthouse. I think it's so dangerous. I mean, not only from the witness protection process, but actually the way you hear about this technology of how bombs and stuff are ignited or ignition.
I just want to acknowledge that you're doing a good job with it. Most recently, because of our committee to do an evaluation of the justice system, had reason to go into the arraignment court, and literally in a high-profile case that we were observing, the guys were taking pictures, putting it out on Facebook, talking about, look at the snitches, here's putting people's addresses on Facebook as to where they could be found. If you guys, the thin line between having a witness and having an actual trial often is the ability for a witness to leave the courtroom and make it to the subway. And so we can't underscore how without you guys, there is no justice. So, yeah, you put people out the house a little bit, but that's your job. But you also protect people a lot.
Oh, without
and
doubt.
that is your job. The other thing that, and I'll end on this, is I really would like, I want to promote using cameras, obviously, on our commercial corridors when we deal with troubled businesses, particularly those who serve alcohol. But I also would like to see if you guys, on the bouncer end, or I don't know what another word for bouncer is, but it would seem to me that it would be at least something that you could certify people in, because we have sometimes folk who take things too far, or not well trained on use of force, that might be something that your office could take into. What is your opinion on that?
Well, Councilman, thank you for mentioning that. There is an issue where you will see in large crowds in clubs and bars where you see a lot of security persons, or they call them agents. Most of them only have Act 235, and in my opinion, they need to be trained on an annual basis or updates like we get in law enforcement. We have to do criminal updates, and when the laws change, we have to be notified that things change. That they need to be certified, and they need to learn the process of use of deadly force. I mean, and some of the security guards and agents, or whatever names they use, or bouncers that they use in these clubs and bars, they have lack of training. And we've had several shootings in the city of Philadelphia, particularly in the 5th Councilmanic District, where there were bouncers discharging a weapon in an open crowd, in the street, in the community. So one who is trained with the proper certification would not discharge their weapon in a crowd of people. So I would agree that is needed. That training is needed. Certainly, we have certified trained instructors. Inspector Washington is one of those folks who certify and train security people also. But I think it needs to be a way that we manage it. I think it needs to be a way there's a fee, a registration fee, where the city should get some revenue as a result of their training. There's over 7,000 or more people who are security guards or bouncers who carry weapons. So I would recommend that we do a further study on it and get that information back to you.
Mr. Chairman, as we become a world-class city, as we deal with the Pope, as we deal with the DNC, as we deal with Jay-Z, as we deal with, hopefully, the Olympics, we become a tourist attraction. We need to really take a look at that so that folk who might want to have a libation after a good event don't wind up, victimized by, a overzealous party goer or somebody who, what's the running back that got taken out?
Sean.
Yeah, Shady. So we could have less of those instances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Toltenberger.
I just have a couple of comments, and just on the tail end of my colleague Councilman Jones was talking about, and I didn't catch it all, but I do get a sense of it. When it comes to tourism, it is an economic engine in and of itself. And when you have someone, particularly from out of town, coming to the city of Philadelphia, really all it would take is one bad incident. They're not going to ever come back, and they're going to tell all their friends and relatives not to ever come either. So it is a situation that has to be handled in a good light. But what I did want to say was, every time my office had contacted you, Sheriff, we were handled very, very professionally and got the matters done. So I wanted to thank you for your service to the citizenry of Philadelphia, and we appreciate you being there and your leadership.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Chairman, that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilman. And Sheriff, to you and your staff, I want to thank you for the work that you do every day, trying to keep our community safe and transporting people and making sure you do it with respect, with the utmost training. I mean, I just want to ask you a quick question. The training that your officers receive, isn't it national standards through the regular police academy?
Yes,
I would say regular police academy, but at a very high standard.
Yes,
I just want to note that for the record.
Yeah, we can, and actually, Inspector Washington is our training instructor. We get Act 120, and we get Act 2 training, but most of the people we're hiring now has municipal police officers training.
Great.
So we get a litany of different cross law enforcement trainings, which keeps us updated with the national standard.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for your testimony today. Well, this will conclude the testimony with the Sheriff's Office. This committee will stand in recess until 5 p.m. this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. This is a continuation of our budget hearing from earlier today. This is about the fiscal 2017 budget and the capital program. Because of the volume of individuals that has indicated a willingness to testify, we'd had to make some alterations to our normal process. We have upwards of 100 people who had indicated a willingness to testify. Very fortunately, and thank you all for your cooperation, that the organizations have agreed to pare back those numbers so we can have a reasonable approach to having a reasonable dialogue. What we will do, we will call the names, and we tried to panelize these, so we've asked the individuals to come up in groups and sit at the witness table, give your testimony. We would like to ask you, because of the number of people, we're going to limit the testimony to 2 minutes per person. So it's important for you to get to your point, so to speak, what you're here to support or what you're here to oppose. I want to thank you so much for your participation and your willingness to come down to City Hall to talk about these very important issues. I do ask for a number of ground rules. Week and a half ago, we had a hearing up in, I guess, Hunting Park section, and I got to say it was a very, very passionate meeting. People expressed their issues, but most importantly, it was a civil discussion. So I would ask for whatever your position is, please be civil to the speaker. Please do not boo. This is America, and you have a right to say what you have to say. And people should be given that opportunity. So I ask for your respect for the individuals testifying today. With that, I want to thank you very much. What we're going to do initially is call up the panel representing the Parks Alliance. If you come up to the table, and I'd ask for Ron Lewis, Joe Marino. Let me get the typed version. Challenge handwriting here. Luther Collins, Abu Edwards, and Dwayne Wharton. Change your mind? All right, come on. Got the right list? I'll go through the names again. Ron Lewis. Joe Marino. Joe here? You had to leave? Okay. Luther Collins. Not here. And Abu is here. And Mr. Wharton, is that your name? Okay, thank you. State your name for the record, and please proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dwayne Wharton, and I'm the Director of External Affairs with the Food Trust. We're a nonprofit public health organization working to help build healthier communities. I am here today to voice support for Mayor Kinney's proposed 3 cents an ounce tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. Hands down, Philadelphia is the greatest city in the nation. But Philadelphia is also one of the poorest, most obese, and most diabetic cities in the nation as well. Approximately 1/3 of our citizens live below the poverty line, and being poor is one of the leading contributors to poor health. Almost 7 out of 10 adults and 4 out of 10 children are overweight or obese, and almost 2 out of 10 adults have diabetes. With problems like these, you have to be creative, be intentional, and have strong resolve to solve them. The mayor is right to put the target on sugar-sweetened beverages. This tax would be a means to pay for universal pre-K, an investment in our children which could help lift an entire generation out of poverty. And the tax would also be part of a comprehensive strategy to curb the consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages, encourage consumers to make healthier beverage choices, and reduce the obesity and diabetes epidemic. Young adults, non-whites, and low-income people drink more sugary drinks than other Americans. Despite promises by major beverage companies to be a part of the solution in addressing childhood obesity, in 2014, the beverage industry spent $866 million to advertise sugary drinks, with much of that predatory marketing aimed disproportionately to Black and Hispanic children and teens. During this period, they spent 4 times as much to advertise sugar-sweetened beverages compared with water or 100% juice. It should be no surprise that more than any other food or beverage, sugar-sweetened beverages make up a majority of our sugar intake and calories. The lobby has been effective, the beverage lobby has been incredibly effective in beating back attacks on sugar-sweetened beverages, not just here in Philly twice, but in dozens of communities all around the country each time a measure is introduced. I can't go to a movie, turn on the TV, browse the internet, or listen to the radio without being subjected to the message that it's a grocery tax, an attack on the kinds of drinks we buy for our families. I'm not sure who
Sir,
the we...
by the way, that bell meant that was 2 minutes.
Okay.
If you can,
All right.
okay.
I'm not sure who the we is supposed to be.
All right, come on, guys. Come on. Let's just see if you can conclude.
Yeah.
So I'll say it. When you hear the bell, that means that the 2 minutes are up.
So the city has positioned itself in a great position to battle poverty and diet-related disease. It's time to be bold and take action. Support this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, my name is Susan Bird Collins, and I'm a city resident. And I must say, Philadelphia is a city definitely on the move. We're all about development. We've developed our downtown, we've developed Society Hill, we've developed the Navy Yard, we developed skyscrapers. We focus on going forward and developing our most valuable resources, both our history, our landscape, and what are we doing for our people? What are we doing for our children?
Excuse me.
Do you have a question?
Real quick. What's your name again?
My name is Susan Bird Collins. I'm taking Joe Marino's spot.
Okay.
And I'm with...
You're from the Park Alliance? Okay.
No. I'm with CPEC, Southeastern Pennsylvania Alliance for Children and...
All right. I'm just trying to keep some order. So...
Sorry.
Are you listed on here?
I don't know that I am, but CPEC has people here, and I'm one of the persons here.
All right. So if a person doesn't show up for the testimony... somebody can't just say, well, I'm taking their place.
Oh, well.
But go ahead, finish your testimony.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. You want to list for somebody else? For another group? All right, okay. This conclude, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're on the list, but you're on the list for another group. Just trying to keep a little order.
Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome.
What we are wasting, we're certainly not wasting the Navy Yard. We're not wasting all those skyscrapers. We're doing a great job with tax abatements. We've got tax policy all over the place to encourage development. What we don't have, what we are wasting, is we are wasting our most valuable, non-renewable resource, and that is our children. As we hear, our children, we have a tremendous problem of poverty here, and we all know, I'm sure you folks know, the significance of early childhood education and the disadvantage that kids come into without that education. Thank you very much. I ask that you support the bill.
Thank
you. Good evening, Council President Clark. My name is Abu Edwards. I'm a community leader here in Philadelphia. Actually, a couple days ago, I was enjoying California and sitting on the beach. And when I got a phone call that this important issue was taking place, hopped on a plane and came back to Philadelphia. And the reason why I'm here is because, number one, I serve as the president of the Friends of Greater Alney Library, and I've been there for about 5 years, and I've been doing a lot of active work in our communities. Our kids deserve better. If 3% is all we can do, and everyone is flipping out and being pissed off at it, at the end of the day, there are kids who live in these neighborhoods who don't have good recreation centers to go to, who don't have good public libraries to go to, but yet we're in the city council.
Hold on a second. Folks, we're going to be civil. We're going to let the speaker speak, and I'd ask that the speaker not try to ramp the crowd up. Just speak and say what you got to say, please. This is not, all right, this is a city council public hearing.
Appreciate it, okay.
Thank you.
Like I was stating, you know, I've walked around these streets in Philadelphia, and it's a shame that certain neighborhoods got better recreation centers than others. Certain neighborhoods got better libraries than others. Certain neighborhoods got better parks and are fully staffed than others. And how do you consider that fair? Every child deserves a quality library, a quality park and recreation center, and a quality education in the city of Philadelphia. It shouldn't matter what part of Philadelphia you live in. And if we can pass this 3% soda tax so that it can generate $300 million to go through those initiatives, I don't see an issue with that. Because every child deserves a quality education, a quality library, a quality park and recreation center. Do you know that when you walk in some of these park and recreation centers, there's drug needles on the floor, those swing sets don't even work, and how do you consider that fair? How can you sit there and tell a parent who's afraid to send their child to a library or to a park and recreation center because number one, it's not safe, and number two, they're afraid that their child might not come back? How do we consider that fair? We just need to pass this 3% sales tax so every child in Philadelphia can feel safe and feel wanted and feel loved. Not looking on the TV.
Thank you. Sir, what's your name?
Rodney Shepherd.
Shepherd, Mr. Shepherd.
Yes. They told me I was second.
I'm sorry. What is your name again?
Rodney Shepherd. I spoke to someone from your office today. They told me I was second to speak.
All right. So folks, you got to come up when your name is called. Did we call your name?
I don't know. I just left.
Yeah. You can't just like walk. You got to wait till your name is called.
I just left Hahnemann Hospital. I just left it.
All right. The first was Ron Lewis, Joe Martina, Luther Collins, Abu Edwards, and Dwayne Wharton. Are you anyone of
Told me
them?
number 2. That's it. I'll wait.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next up, we will have the next panel will be Ricardo Scott, Anando Abreu, Victor Machiaro, Cedric Blary, and Arnold Tape. Hope I get the names correctly. Call your names again. Ricardo Scoot, Anando Abreu, Victor Machiaro, Cedric Blary, please excuse me if I'm butchering your name, and Arnold Tape. Thank you, gentlemen. Just please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. If you guys want to go from my left to my right.
Want to go left or right? Go ahead.
Whoever wants to go first.
My name is Amava Brew. I'm a store owner in North Philadelphia. This 3%, this 3 cents per ounce tax gonna mean the destruction of all the corner stores and the small business of the city. So my belief is that if this pass, most of the revenue that the stores get from the beverage business is about 70%. So most of the store will not survive this kind of tax because the revenue won't get there because the sales will go down. So basically, this tax will destroy the business and will destroy the family and will destroy the people that work so hard to build the business in a certain amount of years. I have 14 years working in that store business. And this will destroy everything I built to this point because I'm afraid if this pass, it's going to be over. So I urge you to oppose this tax and think about the businesses that are going to be lost. Think about the people who are going to lose their job. I employ 4 people. I'm afraid they're going to lose their job because I cannot pay them if I don't get any revenue. So the companies that employ so many people, and another thing is the revenue that's going to be generated probably won't be that much because the sales going to go down and the city going to lose revenue and the sales tax on those sales. So.
Go ahead, sir.
Dear City Council, my name is Victor Marciano. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. I represent an independent company that operates convenience stores with gas. All of our locations are branded with Sunoco in the city of Philadelphia. I want to start off by saying I'm here to testify to the fact, not the assumption or the possibility, that this proposed grocery tax will continue to hurt the businesses that I represent, and more importantly, the people and my family who work in our stores. I've heard a lot of people say that this is only the beginning, and maybe they'll go after the snack companies and so on. Well, we go way back as far as the convenience store chain goes. We were taxed at the cigarette level, at the tobacco level with the cigars. What I would ask is, what has happened at the cigarette level? What has happened to the cigarette tax? Where is the shortfall there? At least $40 million in revenue. The shortfall has been. Our company has not opened a convenience store with gas inside the city of Philadelphia since 2007. I also want to say that our company looks at things in a very similar fashion as the City Council. We want growth for our business and for our employees. We want to attract citizens to our wonderful city and promote growth through investments. This isn't the right means to promote growth. Your job as City Council members is to promote growth through ideas and innovation, not penalize its citizens for its freedom of choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Please proceed, sir.
My name is Ricardo Scott. I own a Salad Works and the Andorra Shopping Center. This 3 cents announced taxes will affect me more than one way. I own a small business. That's the only thing I own, where I have 10 people working for me. That's going to affect my business big time. Not just the taxes, it brings a big percentage of my sales. I have a standalone drink where people pick whatever they want. It's going to affect me. It's going to affect my family. If the sales tax pass, I might have to let people go. Because if the money is not coming in, I'm not going to be able to pay them. It's going to affect me. It's going to affect my family and the people that work for me. I understand things got to be done, but keep raising taxes is not the way to go about it. All the taxes that keep going up, but it's still a shortfall somewhere. I'm sure there is other way to fix that, to fix the priorities. Make the proper priority, things will get done. Taxes is not the way. Keep raising taxes is not the way. And that's going to affect people that own small business, including myself and most of the people that own smaller business. Because drinks gonna affect a big percentage of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
My name is Cedric Blakeney. I'm here. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for having me the opportunity to be here to express myself for me and my family, and just to be able to let you know what this tax will do to me and my family and all of my constituents that has before me. That tax will, not only will it make us lose jobs, how can I sit at home and tell my daughter or my son that Daddy don't have a house, Daddy don't have a job, but you have a beautiful playground to go to across the street. You have a beautiful land to go to. You have a beautiful recreation park to do there, but Dad has no job. See, how can I sit there and tell them that because of a tax that's been increased on our soda? I couldn't sit and look at my family and tell them that when so many other things that in this city that is overlooked. that I don't want me or my family or any of my constituents to become part of. In Philadelphia alone, it's 1.5 million people in the city of Philadelphia. 1.5 million people in this city. Do you know that 26.3% of those are in poverty? 26.3% of those are in poverty right now. That's 440,000 people that's in poverty right now, that I have a chance to fall in that same category as them. Then if you don't fall in that category, then it's another category called deep poverty. Deep poverty is 12.2% of the people in Philadelphia is in deep poverty. Deep poverty meaning that each family that's a family member of 3 has an income of less than $10,000. That's deep poverty. We can all fall into deep poverty. Our children out here, 135,000 children that's inside this city under the age of 18 falls in poverty. That's 37% of the children of this city falls in poverty. And I say to you, you want to help the children? You want to say you want to help the children? I don't think that will help our children. I think that will pour gasoline onto a fire that's already burning out of control in the city of Philadelphia.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Next up, excuse me, roll down. Quiet, please. Thank you. Next up, from PCCY, we will have Flora Wolf, Kathy Fisher, Tanya Morris, and Leslie Winder. Thank you. Good evening. Please proceed. Start on the left.
Your left.
My left.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome.
My name is Flora Barth Wolf. I'm here as a member of the board of Philadelphia Public Citizens for Children and Youth, and as a retired family court judge. It's my experience sitting in family court that colors what I want to say to you. We've seen the impact of poverty, and I saw it day after day in my courtroom. Families with no access to pre-K education, children lacking basic language skills, parents who miss work or who don't go to work because they don't have reasonable quality care for their children, and children who fail in school because they arrive so unprepared for education. There are wider consequences to this that apply to all of us. There's a shortage of skilled workers, a waste of talent. You've heard a great deal about dilapidated parks, libraries, and other public institutions. To be a poor city that doesn't look after its needs is to lose status, to be a second-class city. We don't want that. We are a first-class city in every sense of the word, and we will save money in the long run as well as promoting the city. The choice really is whether we pay now or pay later. If we invest now, we have a chance to stop by looking after children, and this is really the core of my approach. By looking after children, we reduce crime and delinquency, we can raise educational success, we can reduce the amount of illness, addiction, and early death that comes from poverty. We need to be proactive, and to do so means raising money now. This is what government does. We pay for services that we need as a whole city, all of us.
Okay. If you can.
And it serves all the members of the society. We do that through taxes. A tax on sugary drinks is a smart way to raise
Okay,
this
if you
money.
can wrap it up.
It's not my time.
Yeah, but
Understand.
you gotta, ma'am.
This is not a tax on groceries. This is not a tax on essentials.
Ms. Wolf, I need you to wrap it up.
Yes, thank you. I'm at the very end.
Thank you.
Okay, what I'm saying is,
Ma'am, Ms. Wolf.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
For your wider vision for the needs of all the citizens.
Thank you.
Don't start the timer yet.
Wait, ma'am.
Good evening, my name is Kathy.
Excuse me. If there's anyone that has like lengthy testimony, you can submit it for the record if you're not able to read it, because we understand there's a short period of time. So it might actually be better if you have a lengthy testimony, you could just summarize it, and that will be put into the record. Okay?
3 minutes.
That's for anybody who has like long testimony and they want to make sure that everything gets in. Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Good evening, my name is Kathy Fisher. I'm the policy manager at the Greater Philadelphia Coalition Against Hunger. I'm here to voice my support for the proposed sugar-sweetened beverage tax. As an anti-hunger advocate, what I can tell you is that far too many Philadelphians simply do not have sufficient income to afford an adequate, nutritious diet. The food insecurity they face puts them at higher risk for long-term health conditions, including hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. Nearly 500,000 Philadelphians receive SNAP benefits, food stamps. 40% of them are children. They often run out before the end of the month, and they need to go to pantries and food cupboards to get help. As hard as we try, we will never, ever get close to ending hunger in our city if we don't help people move out of poverty. We will continue to enroll thousands in SNAP. We will need ongoing donations to food pantries till the end of time, unless we provide what kids need to move ahead in the future. The initiatives this tax will fund, pre-K, community schools, improvements to rec centers, and more, are exactly the investments Philadelphia's children need to succeed in the future. Furthermore, these initiatives can help immediately fight poverty. Kids who go to pre-K receive breakfast and lunch each day. Rec centers and community schools can provide children access to federally funded meals and snacks year-round. Similar tax measures have failed elsewhere because the beverage industry has poured millions into protecting its profits. But I have every confidence that the beverage industry will adapt. As an example, look at big business and the food industry fought against the higher nutrition standards that Congress proposed to school meals. But Congress did the right thing, and with new standards in place, the food industry still needed to sell its products. The first year, some products, like whole grain pizza, didn't sell very well. You know what the industry did? They reformulated their recipes, as well as developed materials and marketing materials for the healthier new products they developed. The beverage industry will do the same. We could wait forever. No sector or industry is going to come forward and say, please tax us. We need our kids to be the innovators. And they can't wait any longer for us to invest in their future. I urge you to protect the future of the children and put big soda's profits, children ahead of big soda's profits. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
And that was not 2 minutes. That was not 2 minutes either, because I timed myself.
Thank you. And folks in the audience, let me monitor the clock, okay? Thank you for your help, but kind of let me. All right. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of Council. My name is Tanya Mars, and as a mentor and social entrepreneur, when I look at the proposed tax, I see opportunity. I see an opportunity for Big Soda to supply more non-sugary drinks, as well as an opportunity for small business to demand and sell more non-sugary drinks. Coca-Cola is recognized as the world's most valuable brand. Its company portfolio includes 12 $12 billion brands, including Diet Coke, Fanta, Sprite, Vitamin Water, Powerade, Simply, Minute Maid, and Dasani. The sugary drink tax will not devastate big or small business. PepsiCo's most valuable, most profitable brand is Frito-Lay, a non-beverage. The two largest unionized beverage truck driving employers in Philadelphia are Pepsi and Coke. We both know that. Their drivers deliver all products under the Pepsi and Coke label, which includes not only sugar-sweetened beverages, but also water. If the soda tax results in a lower demand for soda, the beverage companies and truck drivers will still have overall demand for beverage items, and may even see an increase in demand for water, or how about this? Create a sugar-free product that would be subsidized to pay the tax. That's real corporate social responsibility. The soda tax, that's real corporate social responsibility. The soda tax would be taxing distributors, which does not mean that all consumers will face higher costs. In a recent study completed 3 months after Berkeley initiated their tax, many stores kept prices the same in sales of multiple multi-pack sodas or liter bottles. Less than half of the tax was passed on to the customer. If we want to bring real change to our neighborhoods, our school system, our communities, to cities most vulnerable, we need to implement serious, radical, ambitious policies. Soda tax revenue is being used nationally to fund programs that will specifically help low-income communities. Why not Philadelphia?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Get this closer. Good afternoon, and thank you for the time.
Welcome.
My name is Leslie Russell Winder. I live in Mount Airy. I'm a lifelong resident of Philadelphia, and I'm a product of Philadelphia Public School. It's time for a national investment in America's children, but that national investment is stuck in a dysfunctional Congress. Pennsylvania does a little bit better. Earlier this year, the state budget allocated about 1,500 additional pre-K seats for Philadelphia. But we can't wait for the state or Washington to solve our problems. Philadelphia can and should act now. A Ready Nation report studied the multiplier effect of quality pre-K investments and found that for every dollar spent, at least $1.79 is generated in local spending. In Philadelphia, we're looking to invest $256 million over 5 years. That means $91 million a year, or almost $500 million in economic growth over 5 years. Early learning investments help our city's businesses. New investments are the early learning centers. New investments are the teachers and the staff at the centers. Early learner centers, teachers and the staff buy things. They have supplies, books. They make purchases, which in turn equals new sales in Main Street businesses. More dollars in Main Street businesses equals more jobs. For a city with a struggling public school district, quality pre-K is a stabilizing fiscal force. Countless studies demonstrate the effectiveness of quality pre-K to reduce the need for special education services, saving millions of dollars in costs over long term. According to the city's pre-K commission, the school district of Philadelphia could save approximately $72 million over the length of a grade cohort's K through 12 school years if all children participated in quality pre-K. This is real money that can be better spent on other school priorities like staffing, resources, facility improvements, and extracurricular activities. I'm not here to sell you on or garner your support for pre-K. There's not one of you here that would argue against the need to expand quality pre-K for all. The question is, how do we do it? Let's face it, we don't have a lot of options. There's no real other place to find the money. The beverage industry and their member companies have business plans, and have for years, in place that successfully generate billions and billions of dollars each year. What a smart idea. Isn't it time we have a business plan for our kids?
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you. The next panel will be members of the Beverage Alliance. Ping Tran, Ken Klein, John Quigley, and Lori Moriso. Good evening.
Good evening.
Ready? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ken Klein. I'm one of the owners of Klein Supermarket. Our store has been operating in Philadelphia since 1892. We're probably one of the oldest continually run retail businesses in the city. I'm fourth out of 5 generations working at the business. We employ about 25 full and part-time employees. There are several council members here that have shopped in my store, as well as past council members and mayors have been in my store. To say that we do not support the proposed sugar beverage grocery tax would be an understatement. We support the mayor in his quest for his compassionate agendas, but we cannot and will not support the concept of a narrow-based tax on specific items to support programs such as the pre-K, which is a great idea to have the pre-K. I have no problems with additional taxes, but this tax is myopic and not sustainable in the long run. Over the years, we have seen soda sales decline in my business. We went from 300 cases a week to 80 to 100 cases. Some of that has come from increased competition, some from consumers switching to water. I'm sure that if you ask a beverage insider, they will concur. The industry is in transition, with the major players expanding their footprint to buying other industries. Pepsi bought Frito-Lay and Quaker Foods, the cereal company, and I understand Coca-Cola has quietly expanded into California wines. All the big soda are expanding into waters to increase their margins. Consumers are drinking less carbonated sugar drinks. This tax is too narrow in scope. We should consider taxing other things too, like cheesesteaks, pizza, ice cream, sugar, frosted flakes. You get the idea.
Yes, sir, wrap it up. Yeah.
Okay, if this tax is ratified, it'll affect my business, not so much with increased prices on targeted beverages, but if you would purchase a 2-liter soda that was once $1.99, it'll now be $3.91.
You got to wrap it up, not
okay.
Keep going. You got to. Let's just say we got your position.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'll submit this to your records.
We'll take your testimony and put it in the record, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of City Council. I am Michelle Tran, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the Asian American Licensed Beverage Association. As a member of the Asian American Licensed Beverage Association and a business owner myself, I and my fellow business owners strongly urge you to reconsider the soda tax. Not only will the soda tax decimate our businesses by driving sales to the suburbs, it would also create a black market consisting of individuals selling loosies, soda, and other paraphernalia that would create nuisances outside of the established legitimate corner stores. The soda tax will kill our business. Ever since the cigarette tax that was enacted a year and a half ago, my business has been down over 40%. The customers who used to come for cigarettes have instead driven outside of city boundaries to purchase them. When they are there, they also purchase the candies and the soda and the food and the alcohol that our suburban counterparts also sell. If we add the soda tax, that will create an even bigger incentive for our customers to never return to the city. The cigarette tax also created a black market on loosies. Loosies being the loose cigarettes that they sell individually. In my store alone, there is at least one person who sells loosies outside of the store. He alone sells at least 10 packs of cigarettes a day, and there are 3 shifts a day. So you do the math. 10 packs of cigarettes at $1 per loosie times 3. These loiterers make over $300 tax-free a day, and that is just one person. If you added the soda tax, this black market will only expand to include sodas. The individuals who sell the Lucy's will start selling sodas, water, candies, and all other things right outside legitimate businesses. With the soda tax, coupled with the cigarette tax, you're essentially punishing the legal, law-abiding, and tax-paying business while also condoning the actions of the loiterers. With a new nuisance business bill being proposed by Council, how do we as businesses ensure that these loiterers who sell the Lucy's will go away? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening, President Clark.
Good evening.
My name's Lou Morsa, and I've worked for Canada Dry in Delaware Valley for 29 years at a good-paying, family-sustaining job. Please understand the beverage industry is not against the children of this city or their well-being or the programs that you're trying to provide. What we are against is being singled out to foot the entire bill. Allow me just to ask a few questions, okay? This targets only one industry, but it affects many businesses and jobs in the residual. It's unfair and discriminatory. We work, live, and spend our hard-earned money in the city of brotherly love in which we teach our children not to discriminate, yet we are being discriminated against as the one industry and business that is going to foot this bill. In the poorer neighborhoods that other people have spoken about, a soft drink is still an affordable treat. We want to take that away? What's next? Ice cream, candy, cakes, fast food, pizza? The list is endless. Why is the beverage industry solely being responsible for footing this bill for pre-K and playgrounds? Why can the mayor cannot come up with a program for everyone to share in it a little bit? It's amazing to me, and I sat here 5 years ago and another time when we went through this tax with Mayor Nutter. It's amazing to me, and I will wrap it up, how Mayor Kenny, as a councilman, strongly opposed this twice. Yet, I'll wrap it up. Yet, now, as mayor of the greatest city in the country, because this is his agenda, he's for it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes.
Please proceed.
My name is John Quigley. I'm with Pepsi Cola. I'm a sales rep in Center City, Philadelphia. If this tax goes through, I would say half the sales reps, half the drivers, not just for Pepsi, but for Coke, Canada Dry, are going to be affected by this. You know, you're taxing the middle class, you're taxing the working class. Nobody's looking out for us. 1%ers aren't looking out for us. I don't think you politicians are looking out for us either. That's just the way it is. You know, we're the ones who are going to be taking on this burden. What are we getting from it? You know, I didn't have universal pre-K as a kid. I turned out fine. I know plenty of people that didn't have universal pre-K. Turned out fine. Playground in my neighborhood was fine. I mean, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. We always found things to do, stayed out of trouble, stayed in shape, went to school. You know, it's the parents that have to take responsibility, not the soda company. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you. A little quiet, please. We're going to move right along. Folks, I ask you all to hold it down. We're going to move right along. Next up, we have from representative from the PFT and SEIU. Ray, who's this? Ray Guzman and Jennifer Koch and Ernie Burnett. Good evening.
Good evening.
Folks, can you please hold your voices down, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ray Guzman. I am a school teacher in the Philadelphia School District, and I work at one of the few remaining public and free vocational schools. And it's still available to my students simply because of something called a Perkins Fund Act, which was instituted by Congress. Without that money, I don't know that the city of Philadelphia could offer free of debt vocational education to our students who comprise 70% minority and 85% poverty levels. Many of our graduates work for the same industries that these gentlemen say that will be bankrupt. The reason why I support this tax is because there's a lot of apprehension as to the success of it. Without money for pre-K, which is a sister mirror of my school, high-density poverty, minority students who are not offered early exposure and education, what could possibly come good of this? We need to be better stewards of our city and our children, because if not, my students who are lucky to come to my school will not have a voice for their early years. Not every parent is able in this crazy economy to provide. Both parents have to work. Many of our parents are young. They lack support, and people are indifferent. And I can understand the apprehension, because our kids have many internships in many businesses while they're still in high school, and they understand the constraints of business. But how can you tell young people that they don't have money to go and get educated? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilman Clark. Good evening, Council. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ernie Bennett. I am the Staff Director of District 120132BJ, SEIU, the union that represents blue-collar school district workers. I'm a proud product of the Philadelphia School District. I'm the father of 5 children who also are products of the Philadelphia School District. As a Philadelphia School District building engineer for 30-plus years, I have watched our schools go desperately unfunded. Our kids deserve pre-K community schools, a rec center that are not falling apart. And our city needs the 10,000 green jobs retrofitting the buildings that the soda tax will create. Unfortunately, the soda industry has presented us with a false choice. The soda industry wants us to believe that we have to choose between a good education for Philly children or jobs for the hard-working men that's in this room and women who deliver the soda drinks. This is a false choice. This is the multi-billion-dollar soda industry. And I repeat, this is a multi-billion-dollar soda industry doing its best to pit us up against each other. They want us to fight for each other, and they want us to fight their battles for them. The CEO of Coca-Cola, Muhtar Kent, made $14.6 million last year. That's after his pay was cut. His pay was cut from $25.2 million in 2014 to appease his investors. This poor guy, really?
But before you feel too sorry for our friend Muhtar, let's look at the math. His $25.2 million salary last year could have funded nearly 20 community schools alone. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Muhtar, the CEO of Coke, to a Philadelphia public school where kids are crowded, 35 to 40 to a classroom. I'd like to take him to see the challenges that the cleaners and the maintenance department workers face every day to keep schools clean and safe with inadequate staffing. I'd like for him to see what it's like for kids who start to slip behind on day one of elementary schools because they don't have the basic funding skills they need. The soda industry makes enormous profits, especially our poor people. They can do better. It's not about the brothers losing their job. It's about corporate America not making enough money. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Gock, and I'm an emotional support teacher and the special ed liaison for Comegy School at 51st and Greenway in the Southwest region. I'm here today to urge you to support the mayor's budget, specifically in relation to the Community School Initiative and the push for early intervention and preschool programs throughout the city. I'm also here today to support having the soda tax pass as a means to fund these much-needed programs for our city students. There are no other sources of money for these investments, as more taxes on homeowners, workers, and businesses will only drive families and jobs out of Philadelphia. As a teacher in the Philadelphia School District for the last 10 years, I cannot fully express the dire need for early intervention in preschool and community school programs throughout the city for the benefit of our city students. Why are we continuing to shortchange our city's youth by depriving them of the much-needed academic and behavioral health supports and services so they can have a chance of succeeding in life? By passing the soda tax to help fund these much-needed programs throughout the city, we are taking a huge leap towards regaining local control of the Philadelphia School District, as the SRC felt the need to take these programs away from our city's youth. Our academic gains since then are practically invisible as a result of depriving our city's students with these much-needed resources. Why am I teaching third-grade students how to spell their names correctly and sound out pre-Primer-Dulce sight words rather than introducing them to the literary elements? How is it fair for our students not to be exposed to these much-needed skills and socialization experiences that are provided in early intervention and preschool programs, yet our students are still being held accountable to the same standardized testing scores without having the basic skills they need? Big Soda is not on our side as they reap on the huge profits from the poor communities by pushing their products on our youth and the underprivileged. By passing the soda tax, the grocery stores will not be taxed, but rather the distributors of Big Soda. The soda tax does not have to be pawned off on the consumer entirely. For instance, if this soda tax of 3 cents is passed on, the Big Soda distributors can easily take 2 cents and only pass 1 cent on to the consumer. When the city passed the cigarette tax the number of people who continue to smoke in Philadelphia did not decrease. When the city passed a luxury tax on alcohol, the number of alcoholic drinks consumed in our countless restaurants and bars.
All right. Let's wrap it up. Wrap it up. Thank you. Thank you.
I have more, but I'll stop. I have more, but I'll
That's some
stop.
pretty good speed reading.
That was speed reading.
If you want to leave the rest of your testimony, you can leave it for the record.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The next grouping, I'm not sure who they are with or what their perspective is, so we might have a little bit of a debate at the witness table. So let me call Jondi Harrell, Jake Leifer, Salvatore Sadone, Sandra Talep, and Thelma Peak. Here, I'll go through the list again. Joni Harrell, Jake Leifer, Salvatore Sadone, Sandra Talep, and Thelma Peak. Ms. Peak. And William Cobb. Mr. Cobb here. You see him? Okay. Hold on. You guys look a little lonely up there. Let me get you a couple more people. Let's bring up Dorothy Perrine. Ms. Perrine. Not here. Okay, let me let you go. Please proceed. Yeah, this state your name for the record.
My name is Thelma Peak. I am the CEO for Peak's Little Angels Daycare Center in Philadelphia. We've been in business, well, I'm going to say good afternoon and good evening to our council president and council, but we've been in business at Peak's Little Angels for 28 years in Councilmanic District 3. When we came to Peak's Little Angels, we didn't start in a daycare home, and we didn't start in a church. We put a large investment, and we maintained some properties out in Southwest Philadelphia and designed it for child care. We have gone through two impasses in 2003 and 2009, where the daycare centers didn't get paid for over 125 days, and we survived. Now, we have a huge number of people in here that are raising their hands and getting excited and saying, no, you don't want the tax. And there's another group of people in here that are saying, we're for the tax. But one thing I know about the people that are here that are for the tax, they're not getting paid to come here and make a whole lot of heckle about the soda tax. A lot of people in here are getting paid to come here and do that. And the beverage industry right now is dishing out $1.5 million just on radio advertisement alone, saying no tax, no tax. That's some money that they could have just voluntarily gave to the daycare centers and the recreation center and the parks. And then the American Beverage Association took the message attacking a proposed sugary tax in a commercial that slated all last month about a grocery tax. It's not a grocery tax, and they're brainwashing their employees to think one thing. So I'm on the other side of the coin. I might lose my daycare center if we don't get some kind of tax or something to help the daycare center. See, I'm not part of when the government officials, not in the city of Philadelphia, from the higher ups, they incorporated a daycare center corporation that knocked out a lot of daycare centers, and I'm one that survived all of that hoopla. And right now, if we don't get some type of form of help, we will lose, and the larger corporate daycares will be brought in, which are in here, and they will educate our children. So I'm telling the people from the soda companies, you open your eyes and you relax, because I'm quite sure you don't even drink the product that you're putting out here that's having childhood obesity. We have children with every day I have to deal with obesity. Every day I have to deal with ADHD, ODD, and all kinds of problems within the daycare center. So I'm going to finish, and I'm going to send a copy of my testimony to every council member, because it's as big as an ocean and wide as a sea. And I really think that the soda companies need to open their eyes up and look at the real picture. Is it about soda, or is it about you?
Can you wrap it up? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council President, City Council. Thank you for having me this evening.
Hold on a second. Folks, quiet, please. Please start, sir.
Good evening, Council President and City Council. My name is Salvatore Sandone. I am the founder and executive director for Zhang Sa, and I'm one of the leading members of the Philadelphia Out of School Time Coalition. I'm here to talk about being caught in the crosshairs of this argument and what it could mean to out of school time programs in the city, and I'd hope that Council... Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Should I start again?
Yeah.
All right. out-of-school time programs are caught in the middle, or potentially could be caught in the middle of this great controversy that you folks are dealing with today. Between 2013 and 2016, about 2,500 after-school program slots have been pulled from the city due to shifts in funding with the Department of Human Services. About 210 jobs were lost in after-school program for direct provider services jobs. While we support community schools, and we support universal pre-K, and we would support any healthy living initiative that the city wanted to start or be part of, we're not tax experts. You are. We understand that these things need to be paid for. And at the same time, the DHS Prevention Money Act 141 cannot be viewed as a honeypot if the soda tax doesn't pass, or if it passed partially, or there's not an alternative funding source for it. The DHS prevention dollars need to be protected, and we urge Council to create an office of the out-of-school time to focus resources and protect the work that's already being done in this community. Philadelphia Out-of-School Time Coalition believes that Philadelphia can benefit by creating a program matrix that universally covers out-of-school time in summer. We urge you to champion out-of-school time. Write the bill. Make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Yes.
Dorothy, call the name. Dorothy Perrine.
Oh, okay. How are you, ma'am?
Okay, I'm fine, thank you. I'm here because I like Philadelphia. Okay, the main part, or my emphasis, is recreation and education. Okay, now it's a little difficult if everybody's trying to get money from the same pot. Now, I have in my bag petitions because I'm trying to get signatures for a soda tax, but I'm one of those people who doesn't drink soda, okay? I don't smoke, but these may be habits that we can cast aside, but we don't want to cast aside Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. So I think that the main emphasis should be to approach these people and ask them for contributions for what we need to have done. The idea of taxing everything that comes out that has sugar in it, orange juice has sugar in it. We have to take orange juice when we take medicine in the morning. Okay, all these things have sugar in it. So we have to look at what we're doing, and I'm for the tax, and if it's there, I'll pay the tax. But what I'm saying is we need to combine our efforts so that we can see education and recreation in the same perspective, because that's what they are. One lets off where the other one picks up. And we're not doing that because the 3 hours that we have for after-school programs are not being utilized properly. Okay? I would like to see more effort and more emphasis put onto those after-school programs. And I know that means more trained people, more volunteers, and excessive money. And I think that we can get those volunteers, and I think we can get money if we can show people that their children are being educated properly.
Thank you.
Okay? Now, years ago,
All right,
and,
ma'am, if I need you to kind of wrap it up. I need you to wrap. Yeah, when the bell goes off, your time is up. But if you could just wrap it up, just say, you stated what your position is, say I support or I don't support.
I support the tax because I think we need the funding for our schools and for our recreation centers.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank you.
And don't forget, we have one of the largest park systems in the city.
Thank you.
And in the country.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Katrina Alston, Vera Primus, Jasmine Brown, and Sharila Muhammad. Read them one more time. Katrina Alston, Vera Primus, Jasmine Brown, and Sharika Muhammad. Right here. Going once, going twice. All right. Move on to the next group. Marlene Ekovitz, Stephen Gambesia, Danielle Warren, and Rachel Homon. Good evening. Yeah, come on up.
Okay, hi. Hi, good
You're
evening.
also, you testifying also, sir?
Marlene Eckford, yes. John?
You can sit up.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is
Evening.
Marlene Etkowitz, and I have been a practicing registered nurse for more than 35 years. Most of my clinical experience has been as a critical care nurse, where I've witnessed firsthand the impact that lifestyle has on health. As a nurse, you develop a bit of a crystal ball, and you can see what lies ahead for individuals who do not pay attention to their health. The outcome is not good. The American Heart Association and I strongly support this tax. As a result of my profession, I have committed myself to working toward improving the health of our communities in an effort to slow or prevent the development of many lifestyle-related chronic health conditions. As you've heard from prior testimony, we are facing an obesity epidemic in our city, and in partner with that, we're also facing an epidemic of type 2 diabetes. When you look specifically at the data of our youth living in North Philadelphia, 70% are overweight or obese. This is nearly double the rate for the youth across the United States and is setting our children up for a lifetime of poor health. People consuming one or more sugary drinks per day have a 26% higher risk of developing diabetes, and there are no essential nutrients contained within those sugary beverages. The single largest source of added sugar in the American diet is sugary drinks. The American Heart Association supports the tax as a tool that has the potential to quickly reduce consumption of unhealthy sugary beverages. The move in Philadelphia would not only generate much-needed revenue, but may have a positive impact on public health as well. Funding the priorities of the mayor, okay. Thank you.
Finished, ma'am? Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you have further testimony,
We'll submit.
please
Thank
submit.
you. We
Thank
will.
you. Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Stephen Gambescia. I'm also representing the American Heart Association. I'm a professor of health services administration at Drexel University. In the interest of time, Marlene has done a good job of giving the health benefits. So what I want to do is talk a little bit about, when we're working with students, is we have a thumbnail definition of what politics is. And politics is who gets what, when, why, how, and who pays. And I think everybody here tonight agrees on who gets the what. The pre-K, the parks and recreation, the improved schools in terms of energy efficiency, rebuilding the parks, and the community schools, which is going to be very effective, where it's going to combine the health, schooling, and social services. And that's something that's very progressive and something we should be proud of. Now the question of who pays. We understand these concerns of taxing the citizenry. We understand that, and very concerning is the idea that people are going to lose jobs. But it's interesting. We call these social economy arguments, but the one social economy argument that's left out is the way we would explain this in the health field, is that people aspire to a certain health status, or they don't want to fall into an unhealthy status. And people will agree to pay some minor financial incentive to aspire to that health status. A founding principle of public health is that founding principle of public health is that it benefits everybody. And I think if we compare the social economy arguments that we're hearing and the public health argument, which is going to do a tremendous impact in terms of the health of this city, I think the public health argument ought to trump the social economy argument. I'm hoping that Philadelphia City Council agrees with that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Where were these people? I'm gonna call her. I'm gonna call her. Is she here? She's here now. She's here. And these two guys. All right. So I'm gonna call. Okay. I'm gonna call the next panel. We have Danny Venus, Brad Miller, Jimmy Joyce, Abdias Martial, and Angel Medina. Read the list one more time. Danny Venus, Brad Miller, Jimmy Joyce, Abdias Martial, and Angel Medina.
I'll take it. Sit down.
All right, so out of that group, we have Mr. Medina.
Yep.
Thank you. Just state your name for the record and give your testimony, please.
Good evening. My name is Angel Medina. I'm coming to you as a citizen of Philadelphia who has 3 kids, 2 here, 1 in pre-K, 1 in 5th grade. I support pre-K, but not on the back of my job. If this passes, I mean, Coke's definitely going to cut jobs. I lose my job. I see signs, our kids are worth it. What about my kids? Are my kids worth it? Are my co-workers' kids worth it? I mean, if you want your parks fixed, get the neighbors together and fix your parks. I mean, I grew up in North Philly. That's what we did. We got our neighbors together and fixed the parks. You know what I mean? I mean, it's, and then you're talking about obesity. What about the parents? Teach your kids moderacy. I mean, I teach my kids they're allowed to have 1 soda a day, and I work for a soda company. They're allowed 1 soda a day. It starts with the parents. It ain't with the corporations. It ain't with government. Government should be telling us how to run everything. It starts at home. Starts at home. I mean, that's where it started with me at my house, my home, my father, my parents. And I passed it on to my kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Next up, Dashaya Kilgore, Ron Whiteholm, Jonathan Kirsch, Annie Moss, and Sharon Easterlin. I'll read it one more time. Dacia Kilgore, Ron Whiteham, Jonathan Kirsch, Annie Moss, and Sharon Easterlin. That's it. Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ron Whitehorn. I'm from the PCAPS Community Schools Task Force, which brings together parents, students, educators, service providers, and neighborhood activists to fight for community schools. I want to talk a little bit about why I feel so strongly about community schools. Particularly since the takeover of our schools by the state, we've seen a version of education reform that treats schools as businesses and parents as consumers. Schools serving mostly black and brown communities have been turned over to charter operators with minimal engagement of parents in the neighborhood that depend on these schools. Schools have been closed and destabilized. Cutbacks in school staffing have fueled charter school growth supported by big money interests headquarters in the Philadelphia School Partnership. This is a failed agenda that has seen enormous churn but no meaningful gains in terms of the quality of education we offer our children. Indeed, particularly for our neediest children, our schools are arguably worse off than they were before the state takeover. That's why I applaud and support the mayor's commitment to 25 community schools. These schools can and should develop a different strategy for improving education, a strategy based on the whole child that seeks to address the social and emotional needs of children and their families, a strategy that recognizes that collaboration and sharing power between teachers, parents, and students and community residents is the foundation for any sustained progress. A strategy that recognizes teaching and learning must engage and motivate, that the goal is developing critical and imaginative thinkers, not good test takers. And finally, a strategy that recognizes schools must be nurturing centers of community life, not hostile prison-like places divorced from the neighborhood they serve. That's why we support the soda tax.
Thank you for your testimony.
We also support all the other good programs.
Thank you for your testimony. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Easterling. I'm the director of DeVacy. I think everybody agrees, even our friends here from the soda industry, that pre-K is a really good idea, and it's really good for kids. There's no dispute about that, but I want to talk for just a minute about how pre-K is good for the adults who work in the sector. DeVacy estimates that there's between 8,000 and 10,000 jobs in the child care sector in Philadelphia. According to Philadelphia Works, the average salary is about $10 an hour, or $20,000 a year. We also know that 15% of the staff, of child care staff, hold a bachelor's degree, 27% an associate degree, and on and on. Philadelphia is taking the right approach to building a system of high-quality pre-K by building it in our child care centers, because that's where our kids are. The good news is we can leverage state and private resources to educate our workforce and to elevate their salaries. Some of the resources that are available as we work to improve the credentials of our workforce, our child care workforce, are a tuition assistance program, a high school CDA credentialing program where they can graduate with 9 college credits and a good job and resources to continue their education, career advising services, and hopefully soon an apprenticeship program. When it's fully implemented, Philadelphia's universal pre-K program will translate into at least 650 good jobs paying between $30,000 and $50,000 a year. And perhaps more important, by setting the bar high for better wages in the early childhood sector, will increase the likelihood that the state and federally funded programs will also raise wages in that sector. I urge you to make this investment.
Thank you. Okay, our next group, Joshua Vincent, Chad Corradetti,
Larry West. I'm going to mess this up big time. Wayne Riedo Jimenez. Zoida Valdez. Sorry if I messed up anybody's name there. All right. Joshua Vincent, Chad Cordetti, Larry West, Wayne Riedo Jimenez, and Zoida Valdez. Sir, I think you were up there first. Please identify yourself and proceed.
My name is Chad Cordetti. I'm currently employed by Canada Dry Delaware Valley. I'm a route salesman. About a third of my territory lies within city limits, and that probably accounts for 50 to 60% of my commission revenues. So that's my self-interest reason for being here tonight, speaking out against the tax. To me, this is a larger issue. I am a father of a 14-month-old daughter. My wife and I sacrifice greatly to provide for her. My wife is more than qualified and more than underpaid in the job she works at, but she does that so she can provide care for our child during the day and we don't have to do daycare. That's an example of our responsibility and our sacrifice for our child. I'm also a Christian, and at the end of the day, it's about the greater good for me. It's not about having the biggest car, the nicest car, the largest TV. It's about doing the right thing. So I agree that universal pre-K is a phenomenal idea. No sensible person would argue against that. I wouldn't live with myself if I did. But the funding is all wrong, and this is where we get into bureaucracy and city government. It's wrong. It's singling out one industry, and it's irresponsible to demonize sugar as the culprit for childhood obesity. It's the parents. It is self-responsibility. And what you do with this is you take the responsibility from the people in this city and tell them the government's going to be their white knight, Mayor Kinney's going to be their white knight, and save them. And it just enables them, and it never helps them, and you don't get it. And guess what? This money, all this money will never go to the intended purpose. It never will. You know it, I know it. Never will. This is about Mayor Kenney and your party establishing a voter base in this city. You can demonize big business and sugar all you want, but take a look at these people back here.
Please.
Take a look at these people. These are the people that you're going to hurt. Not big business. You're going to hurt the employees and put them out of work. And that's shameful. And I want to wrap this up by saying personal responsibility, Council. Look at other revenue streams. Look at donations. Do it the responsible way. Don't put more middle-class people out of work that your Democratic Party is supposed to be the defender of. Thank you.
Please, identify yourself and proceed.
Hello, my name is Larry West. I am the Republican Committee Person of the 22nd Ward, 26th Division. I would like to thank you, the members of the City Council, for letting me speak today. And thank you very much, Council President Darrell Clark, as well, for letting me be here to, speak my mind. I'm not part of Big Soda. I'm not part of any other organization. I'm just here because I'm a guy who represents a bunch of people in this district, about more than 400 people. And I'm here today because I completely oppose the sugary drink tax. It doesn't make sense. It's a regressive tax on the poor. You're trying to help people who are making less than 50 grand a year. But at the same time, you're taxing the same beverages that they drink, and they tend to work and make less than 50 grand a year. So in order to fund a program, you're going to tax the same people that you're trying to help. It's also a sin tax. And the point of a sin tax, and I'm sure you all know this, is you tax something because you don't want people to do it. You don't want people to drink that much soda, yet you're trying to get $94 million a year from something that will not be sustainable. Thank you. At the same time, we already know that in the first month, 10% of the soda sales are going to go down. So basically, here's what I'm saying. I'm in favor of funding universal pre-K. We all are. So why don't we do something else? Like if we have the school income tax, it's not enforced. 3.8% of all unearned income is taxed. Why don't we have it so if you make less than 50 grand a year, you don't receive that tax. But anyone over 50 grand, you start having that tax go up. It's 3.8% for the first. 50 grand, and then up from there. I'm in favor of universal pre-K, but I'm not in favor of taxing the poor in order to do it. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. For our next, and appears to be our last 4 witnesses, I'd like to call Ron Lewis, Luther Collins, Anna Hernandez, and Dennis McGinley. One more time, Ron Lewis, Luther Collins, Anna Hernandez, and excuse me, and Dennis McGinley.
You're welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Who's starting?
You want me to go first? I'm Ron Lewis.
I'm going to let you all decide.
Good evening. Thanks for having me, Mr. President, council members. My name is Ron Lewis. I'm the president of CCB Moore Advisory Council. I'm going to put it just like this. I'm going to cut right straight to the chase. Our children don't have all the facilities that we're supposed to have in our playgrounds, just like a lot of other parks and recreations. And it's disrespectful to us to walk to the park with your kid, and your kid runs from you, leave your hand, run over to the play area, and it's not a swing over there, or it's not a sliding board, or there's nothing for them to play with. They run there and stop and turn around and look at you. When you have your kid there with you and they turn around and look at you, you know how that makes a parent feel? Or even children that don't have parents and you're a parent figure in their life, you know? When you take them somewhere and they say, well, what do we do now? Are we going to get back in the car or get on the bus and ride 10 miles to the other place and get in their playground? Or when they leave their area and go somewhere else and see somebody's playground, it looks like Disneyland. And they say, why don't we have that in our neighborhood? You know, it's like, how dare we don't give them the same opportunity that we had when we were children? You know, the same opportunity to go in there and play like that. You know, I have passion for them. I got over 50 years down in my neighborhood. I'm a product of Philadelphia. I'm a Roman Catholic grad. I'm a United States Air Force vet, you know. But mainly, I'm a parent. I'm the president of my neighborhood. I represent North Philly, and I represent the kids that can't speak for themselves, that's running around talking about why we don't have this and why we don't have that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, sir.
Hello, my name is Ana Ramos Hernandez, and I'm a mother of a preschooler here in the city in the Pensport area, just like many of you. I see what happens to children that don't have the privilege of going to school, to preschool. In their first years, you don't really notice it, but as they go through the educational years, they struggle more and more to keep up. That not only affects them, it affects every other child in the classroom because the teachers have to pay attention to those that have more need. This hinders everybody's ability to reach their full potential and eventually ends up costing all of us a lot more than the 3 cents an ounce that the soda tax would cost. It's not their fault. It is our fault. The assumption in this room is that people won't pay the tax, and that's simply not true. People still smoke and people still drink. The parents in my community that are able to pay are happy to do it. And they're committed not only to paying for their child's education, but for education of others that can't go. Every year in my school, there is a massive fundraiser to try to get people into preschool that can't pay for it. And I'm sorry to report that in spite of the efforts that we've made, we can only offer 3 or 4 partial scholarships every year, which doesn't begin to cover the need, not even in my neighborhood. I'm sure that the parents in my community would be happy to pay 3 more cents an ounce if it meant that more people could go to preschool. I think of the disenfranchised and frustrated young people I see on the street today, the ones that we let down 15 years ago when we didn't let them go to preschool. 15 years from now, I don't want to have to tell another youth that we had the opportunity to change their lives in 2016 by approving this legislation, and that we didn't because we weren't willing to make the hard decisions. I'm sure you don't want to tell them that either. Thank you so much for listening.
Good evening, Councilman Clark.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Luther Collins. I am president of the Poplar Playground Advisory Council, also known as Coach Luther. I'm here tonight and drove all the way from Absecon, New Jersey, and then to get here and things were kind of blocked off, and I was going to turn around. And I'm glad I didn't turn around, because I'm the voice for our community and our kids. And I tell you, my question right now is something I learned in junior high school. Where is our civic pride at? Where have we lost our civic pride? And I will tell you, my job takes me up and down the East Coast, and where Coca-Cola is headquartered in Atlanta, I've seen the recreation centers, and I will put to record some of the pictures of them, and they look like country clubs. And I tell you that we must start to give back to our kids. This is a thing where if we cannot work out, Mayor Kenny came to us with a program to save our recreation centers. We operate out of a 33-foot by 33-foot, basically 1,000 square foot facility there in the park. I welcome any of you to come by. I don't need to be there. But we have over 60 kids in our after-school program. We have over 108 kids in our summer school program. And with our other sports, we have hundreds of kids. They look as an anchor for our recreation center. We have many kids who come back and say, who have 2 parents, who come back and say, you don't know what you guys did for us. Our rec leader, Miss Judy, who's been with us 35 years. But in closing, I have to say to you, please open your minds, and please, let's gain back our civic pride. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Good evening.
Hello, council people. I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. The one thing I'd like to say is to all the councilmen and women who paid attention to everyone who spoke today and didn't play on their phones. I think that's really, that says a lot. So I'd like to thank everyone who gave us their full attention and didn't just sit on their cell phone and act like this wasn't an important issue. I also like to say
that was kind of unnecessary.
Well,
sir.
it's the truth. I'm sorry, sir, but it's the truth.
People are here and they can hear you.
Okay,
all right?
that's fine, but that's.
So if you're wasting
necessary.
time talking about that, you need to talk about yours.
I also think that some people here are very.
Say your name for the record.
I'm sorry, what's that?
State your name for the
My
record.
name is Dennis McGinley, and I happen to be an employee at the Pepsi Bottling Company.
Pull the mic a little closer.
And I've been there for 15 years. I've also been a member of Teamsters Local 830 for that 15 years. I've had the honor of being a shop steward for 13 years and representing the men and women who need to work and need their jobs. Their parents, they need their income just like everyone else. As being a member of a union and a labor organization, we don't want to put anybody out of jobs. We don't want to affect anyone else's jobs. But we've heard people sit here today, like nurses, doctors, people who are on all kinds of committees, who not one of them have offered to give up their jobs or tax their income, but they want our income taxed, right? They want us to maybe be out of jobs. They want us to take the brunt of this tax. That's ridiculous. We want a pre-K program. We want children to thrive, but we can't do it on the back of our industry because we're the ones that are going to suffer. 2,000 people, jobs, the climate of our jobs, the landscape of our jobs are going to totally change. There's got to be a different way. There's not a way that this can work on either side if you put us out of work. And that's exactly what's going to happen. You have to find another way. As our leaders, I think you can.
I think that you're smart enough to do that. I think that you can find another way, but I don't even think there is a real, a real plan for pre-K. I just think it's an idea that's wrong. And by the way, none of the Teamsters here were paid today. We're all here on our own time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. And we actually do have one last witness, Tyrell Davis. Tyrell Davis. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and for hearing me today. My name is Terrell Davis, and I'm currently Director of Early Childhood Programming for Settlement Music School. I know you've heard many reasons thus far about why early childhood is so important. I could sit here today and tell you all about the research, the 20-plus years of research in the field, the importance of the early childhood teachers and the qualities, but I know you've seen that and you've heard that because I know some of you have been to my program and you've witnessed the quality that we provide children and families. I also know you've heard a lot about the research because I've also submitted research to Council not too long ago in regards to the positive outcomes early childhood provides young children. But today I would like to focus on the early childhood teachers. I started out as an early childhood teacher. I moved up with my bachelor's degree, went on to get my master's, and finally found work. I had to relocate to find work, but I did. As time moved on, I met many teachers along the way that shared my passions and learned why they wanted to teach. I've been in the field for over 20 years as a teacher, parent, administrator, and have learned that there are very compassionate people who spend their lives, time, and energy ensuring that children have their needs met. And I feel these are the hardest working individuals because they have so much to consider when teaching young children. They must take into account a child's health, emotional, cognitive, and physical well-being, as well as look into the family and provide assistance if need be for the sake of the child. Teachers are our direct line. We can talk about what quality looks like, but we should also consider how quality is being delivered. It takes people who genuinely want to educate, nurture, and care for the development of children this age, and teachers who get it. Early childhood teachers have many responsibilities and requirements to be a teacher. They spend full days expected to abide by rigorous criteria, higher standards, and deal with challenging behaviors. There have been many occasions where programs had to worry about making payroll. We're talking about teachers, people being out of jobs. Early childhood teachers are out of jobs right now. We need to invest in early childhood education in order to keep doors open consistently. Programs have been known to close their doors and not make payroll due to low investments in early childhood education. So I just ask you to join me today in supporting the soda tax and my personal goal to influence minds, break cycles, and change the future through quality pre-K. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. My name, can you hear me? My name is Tanea Kofer, for the record. I am part of Parents United for Public Education. I'm also a member of Community Schools Task Force. But today I am standing to provide testimony on behalf of my 4 children, 2 whom attend elementary school in the public school district of Philadelphia, and 1 heading into kindergarten, and 1 who will be eligible for pre-K. Over the last few years, I have witnessed the deprivation of our public schools across the city. My children and children across the city have been greatly impacted by classroom overcrowding, lack of nurses, no counselors, teacher vacancies, insufficient resources to maintain programs and curriculums for science and technology. There's just lots of deprived situations within our schools. I urge council and decision makers today to ensure that the investment in local communities is materialized and that we give attention to the student trauma and their needs, that we have renewed attention to the climate and safety and positive discipline practices over high stakes testing and over suspension. I'm an advocate and I applaud the mayor's plan for community schools, but I want to go on record that the development process needs to incorporate authentic parent and community engagement to ensure that we are an active part of the planning and decision making, There are organizations and individual advocates who can contribute greatly to this process. A true community school should have a curriculum that is grounded in solid educational principles. I, as a parent, am opposed to and would hate to see the city place time, attention, and dollars to this initiative and only to come up with just another way of privatizing public education by contracting outside agencies and continuing to neglect the remaining schools within the district. I'm not sure. I do stand in support of the beverage tax, the soda tax. And I urge Council to deliver on this promise and encourage development of our schools across the city.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of you for your participation this evening and for your civility. This will continue. This committee will stay in a recess until Wednesday, April 20th, 2016 at 10 a.m., which time we will reconvene in room 400, City Hall. Thank you all very much.
Jerry, the exit is that way. That's the